Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
And the question is that grievances be noted, and I call on the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor has ripped the heart out of the NDIS, and people in my electorate are paying the cost. They tell me that these changes are a betrayal of them by the Labor government. When the government chose to slash so much funding from the NDIS to add insult to injury, they also made it harder to access the NDIS in the future. A thinly veiled attempt to remove support for people or to remove them from the NDIS altogether, and they've succeeded. And let's be clear here, these services are essential, absolutely critical to keeping people well, in many cases to keep them alive, to live a meaningful life. NDIS providers and the participants using their services in my electorate of Ryan tell me the same thing. These changes mean that the providers are no longer able to provide the services that the participants and our communities desperately need. The providers are being forced to close their doors. Just this month, I was contacted by the Archdiocese of Brisbane to inform me that they've been forced to make the heart-wrenching decision to withdraw from the delivery of NDIS-funded disability services through their social services agency, Centrecare, precisely because of the new NDIS funding model. The closure of Centrecare's disability services is going to directly impact 698 people with a disability and approximately 630 staff across South East Queensland, and in my electorate of Ryan, it's 40 clients and 16 staff directly impacted by the gutting of the NDIS. And now the Labor government is gutting it further by removing children with mild autism from NDIS support in another cruel and callous move to save money. Autistic Australians deserve support from our government, not the opposite, not having the rug pulled out from under them. Terms like mild and moderate autism have absolutely no clinical basis. The minister has fabricated this. These terms are harmful and further isolate children in need of support. I've had very many parents of neurodivergent kids reach out to my office since the announcement in deep distress, terrified that their kids will be left behind. It's clear the government, in designing this policy, didn't consult with experts in the space, nor indeed with those who would actually be affected. The design does nothing more than attempt to solve a political problem for them. Neurodivergent kids and their parents being used as political footballs. That's shameful. The proposal is that these kids will be kicked off the NDIS and shunted to a Thriving Kids program, but for affected kids and their parents there is staggeringly little information about this, further exacerbating their worry and their distress. For instance, there is no information in the Thriving Kids program that provides guidance as to what happens with children currently on the Early Childhood Intervention program who would have transitioned to NDIS prior to 2027. There is no information about whether critical services such as speech therapy and occupational therapy would be funded under the Thriving Kids program and with the providers who have been working with these children for a significant period of time. There is no information about how children will access these therapies and what the threshold criteria would be. These cost-cutting measures are indescribably cruel and are deliberately targeting vulnerable Australians. That is unconscionable. Australians deserve better than to be treated like a line on a spreadsheet. That applies to housing too. Don't yet own a house? Don't have a household income of $200,000 plus? I'm sorry to say, Labor and the LNP have decided they don't care about you ever getting ahead. they've decided that property prices should continue to just go up, and they've decided a small handful of property investors and big banks should make enormous profits at your expense. Wanted to buy a home in Mitchelton back in 2020, the price would have been around $700,000. Now it'd be approaching $1.2 million. A monthly repayment in 2020 would have been around $2,500, now close to $6,000 a month. Meanwhile, rents have skyrocketed, so you're less likely to be able to save for the deposit. Labor and the Coalition like to pretend they're doing something about this, but they're lying. You can't tackle housing affordability if you keep giving tax concessions to property investors. If an investor can use a property as a tax write-off, if they have half the tax on the sale of that property wiped, well, of course investors will buy up more properties and keep driving up the price. Until we wind back these tax concessions, house prices will continue to be out of reach for more and more hard-working Aussies. And sadly, the government has given up its role to provide essential services like housing, handing it over to the private sector, obviously for the worse. Who sold off all our assets and made everything worse? Let's investigate. Case 1, Qantas, sold off by Labor in the 90s, got $2 billion in government subsidies during COVID and turned around and illegally stacked 1,800 workers, for which they got fined $90 million just recently. They didn't have to pay back that free $2 billion from the government, though. Case 2, Telstra. Labor started the sell-off in the 90s, then the Liberals finished the job. Telstra has just made a $2.2 billion profit after shedding over 3,000 jobs and hiking their fees well above inflation. 3, Commonwealth Serum Labs, a major pharmaceutical corporation, sold by Labor in 1994 for $300 million, now worth over $100 billion. They just fired 3,000 workers. Their sale has made us more reliant on the US pharma industry. 4, Commonwealth Bank, sold by Labor and the Coalition for $8 billion. It just posted over $10 billion in profits, found by the Banking Royal Commission to have engaged in irresponsible banking and lending, overcharging interest and fee gouging. Its sell-off means we have no bank acting in the public interest now. These were our assets, and Labor and the Liberals sold them. Time to take back control of our economy. Essential services should be in public hands and run for people. And 1 in 3 large corporations, including Qantas for several years in a row, are not paying corporate tax. And speaking of avoiding tax, Queensland LNP and Queensland Labor, are they just two factions of the Adani party? No matter who you vote for in Queensland, multinational coal corporation Adani wins. It was recently revealed that the LNP has made a new deal with Adani, where they'll continue to get our coal for free by deferring royalty payments and make billions of dollars exporting it. Labor has cried crocodile tears, calling it a secret sweetheart deal. Do they think we have no memory? When Labor approved Adani's Carmichael mine back in 2019, they struck exactly the same royalties deferment deal. They did this after the ex-Labor State Secretary was employed by Adani to lobby his colleague, the Labor Premier, directly. And get this, Adani has paid $0 in company tax since they started operations in 2021. I repeat, 0. They've made billions of revenue in this time. Adani promised to deliver $22 billion in taxes and royalties to the Australian people, but it knew it would never have to keep that promise because Queensland has a two-faction system. Labor and the LNP, factions of the Adani party, and it's no wonder that people are switching off from politics, is it? Especially young people. 4 ways Labor and the LNP have sold out young people. 1, most MPs went to university for free. Meanwhile, you're paying more than ever. A social work graduate will now repay the government almost $50,000. Our tax system is so rigged against you that HECS generates 4 times more revenue than the royalties from giant multinational oil and gas companies. 2, owning a house is almost totally out of your reach. House prices are growing much faster than wages. For most people, If you started saving for a house 10 years ago, you're now further from having a home deposit than you were when you started. 3, your future and the planet's is being sold to coal and gas corporations. Within 25 days of being re-elected, Labor approved the biggest new fossil fuel project in the Southern Hemisphere. Both Labor and the LNP take millions in donations from coal and gas corporations. 4, rents are out of control. In Queensland, rents have risen 3.5 times faster than income. In Brisbane, rents have increased by 52% since 2020. Labor and the Coalition have created this mess because it makes money for their corporate mates. Time for change. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker. Early this month, I hosted a local productivity forum with around 30 business and community leaders in my electorate of Braddon. It was a great opportunity to discuss the region's contribution to national productivity and how we might also improve outcomes for the northwest and west coast of Tasmania. Participants represented businesses, unions, local government, education providers and service providers, with very broad experience right across the spectrum of those who attended. And I'd like to thank everyone who attended the forum and made it such a success. The Minister for Industry and Science, Tim Ayres, attended, and I'm very grateful for his input to the forum. The people who attended the forum are an important voice for rural, regional and remote Australia and bring unique perspectives as residents of an island state. Tasmania has real strength across numerous sectors, including agriculture, resources, manufacturing and energy. There is a firm foundation to build on, and we have an important contribution to make to a more productive Australia. To assist discussion at the forum, I commissioned 2 papers from leading community organisations. One was from the Cradle Coast Authority, representing 9 local councils, of which 8 are in the Braddon region, and one from paper from Business Northwest. The Tasmanian Minerals Manufacturing and Energy Council also provided a paper, and I want to thank CCA, Ian Jones and TMEC for their input in assisting me prior to the forum. I'd like to share some of the feedback from the forum. Everyone attending agreed that the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme is an important part of ensuring Tasmania remains competitive. Tasmania is the only state in Australia that is heavily dependent on interstate sea transport links, needing to ship or fly goods across Bass Strait. The TFES was a Whitlam government initiative. It helps to level the playing field, or sea freight disadvantage, between mainland and Tasmanian businesses. It's about making sure that Tasmanians aren't disadvantaged just because their goods arrive by sea. Goods covered by the scheme are used in our critical businesses across Tasmania, such as manufacturing, mining, agriculture, forestry and fishing, but there are many more applications as well. During the federal election, the Albanese Labor government announced a $95 million increase in TFES funding by increasing rates of assistance by 25% over 2 years from the 1st of July this year. That increase is in place now and was welcomed by those present, but lots of other businesses that I've visited in the electorate since. Last year, I was a Deputy Chair of a Senate inquiry into TFES. The inquiry found the rate of TFES reimbursement no longer supported the original policy intent of the scheme. In response, Labor committed to reviewing and modernising the TFES to ensure that it serves Tasmanians well. The government has commissioned a comprehensive review of TFES, and that review is underway. The review will be completed this year, and I look forward to the outcomes of that process. The forum also said the benefits of economic reform should be shared by the whole community. Strong economies and fairer communities go hand in hand. History tells us that the responsibility for major economic and social reform almost always falls to Labor, and we welcome it. And when we put in place the building blocks of big economic reform, we also push ahead with those important social reforms. Just look at the Labor record: Medicare, a proper minimum wage, a decent age pension, a strong social safety net, childcare, disability care and workers' superannuation. Labor's approach to the economic reform rewards individuals to work hard and do well. It also supports fairer communities by sharing prosperity and lifting ourselves as a nation. One of the participants summarised this by saying that an honest narrative on economic reform should hear all voices, not just those with choice and power. I couldn't agree more. More broadly, the feedback from the Braddon Forum was very much in line with key issues emerging from the Treasurer's Roundtable. There was clear support for reducing complexity and red tape, for lowering the cost of production, for ensuring market confidence and certainty for investment, for harmonisation and simplification of regulatory and planning systems. And we know that these will assist with the delivery of more housing approvals. Faster and simpler approvals, building a modern skilled workforce and harnessing the benefits of AI. A more productive economy is how we deliver better living standards. In every discussion we have about economic reform and increased productivity, it's working people and the community more broadly that are front and centre. As the Treasurer said, the whole purpose of economic reform is to deliver for the people who send us here to work hard on their behalf. I look forward to the results of ongoing work out of the Roundtable and congratulate the Treasurer on a very collaborative and successful event. And I want to thank again all those who attended my Productivity Roundtable and provided valuable input which has fed into the work the Albanese Government is undertaking. I'm always impressed by the initiatives, the success and inputs by those companies and individuals who operate across Braddon, and this was another opportunity to show this to the rest of the country. And Speaker, while I have in a little bit of time left, I'd like to talk about Bendigo Bank. And Bendigo Bank, as we know, is spread around the community. They have community banks right across the country. Bendigo Bank has just made a decision to close the only bank on the west coast of Tasmania in Queenstown. That is a fast-growing region. There's hopefully in the next couple of years a new mine will reopen. It's a powerhouse of Tasmania. Bendigo operates the only bank on the west coast. There is no other banks, and the closest one is about a 5-hour round trip away up in Burnie. So for people who live on the west coast, this is a very difficult time for them. I've met with Bendigo on 2 occasions and asked them to reconsider their position and also to reconsider whether or not they even take the ATM out of the town. There is one ATM in Queenstown, which is the largest centre. The West Coast has a population of around 4,000 people, but it is a growing region in Tasmania. And without a bank in the town or in the region, it's going to be very difficult for businesses, for community and others to be enticed to come into that town and live and to work and play. It is also a fantastic tourist destination in the summer, particularly. We have a very wet winter on the west coast of Tasmania. But it is detrimental to that whole community to have the only bank branch actually shut in that town. And I noticed yesterday in the Regional, which is an independent news service, that Bendigo Bank are cutting ties with community fundraising groups also. Now, it's a bit rich when a bank such as Bendigo Bank, that has yesterday announced a profit of $514.6 million, to even think about pulling out of a town like the West Coast where there is no other banking. They have spoken to the bank at post, but there are only a few transactions that you can undertake at the post office, so it is very detrimental to those people. And I think that Bendigo Bank really should rethink this position, given that huge profit that they've made. I understand that banks and other businesses need to provide a return to their shareholders, but $516 million, it's a bit rich that they can't even think about a community that they're happy to support for a period of time and then just disappear, take away the ATM as well, and not pay any respect to the people there. So I would urge Bendigo Bank to rethink their position, particularly for the west coast of Tasmania, a growing region, as I said, but also a region that does it a bit tough from time to time, and to reconsider that position and keep the bank open and give those people the credibility and the representation that they should have by having a bank right in the town where they can do their business. Thank you.
And I call on the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to draw the House's attention to the NDIS travel policy changes and the impact on regional and remote electorates like my own. Around the middle of June, I started to get a lot of communication from NDIS providers who were very concerned about this change that was coming at them from the 1st of July and how it would impact on their patients. So what has happened is that the NDIA has reduced travel labour that can be claimed to 50% of the standard hourly rate. They have maintained the existing time limits of 30 minutes each way in the modified Monash areas 1 to 3, 60 minutes in Monash areas 4 to 5, and continued the no limit in areas 6 to 7. Now, what this actually means on the ground for the providers, but more importantly, the recipients of these services, is that, for example, in a town like Albany, where a service provider was travelling to Katanning, which is an hour and 3/4 to get there and an hour and 3/4 to get back, previously they were absorbing the lack of payment for the 45 minutes because they were capped at an hour. They were absorbing that and they were continuing to travel beyond the 1 hour to provide the service in a town which has limited service providers. I have been told by those providers that they will no longer be able to viably provide those services, which means that people in a reasonably significant sized regional town in my electorate will no longer have access to particularly these allied health services. And that story is repeated across the electorate, across many of the 100 towns that I represent. Now, the peak bodies have complained that there was a lack of engagement, a lack of consultation prior to these changes being brought in, and there was only 14 days' notice given to the service providers to make whatever changes they needed to make to adjust when they came in on the 1st of July. One would have thought that when making decisions around service provision to remote and regional communities, the providers based in Albany, Esperance, Kalgoorlie would have been consulted to get their view on how this would impact. But I haven't been able to find anybody yet who was consulted by the NDIA on these changes. So the NDIA's annual pricing review says that they needed to address excessive claims and that the current arrangements can lead to travel claims that are higher than the value of the support, especially in regional or less populated areas. Well, yeah, that's absolutely right. If you live in Warburton, which is 1,000 kilometres north of Kalgoorlie, then yes, the travel is going to cost more than your actual service, but that is just the way it is. If the NDIA have a better solution, then they should put it on the table, but I will come to the impact that it's going to have on that particular community in a moment. So what the service providers that I've spoken to are calling for is the reinstatement of full travel rates on regional and remote services, a genuine consultation with regional providers and communities, and a 3-month pause on changes until the regional impact is addressed. Now, I mentioned the situation with the Nunandarra lands, and one of the service providers who travels out, well, the only service provider, in fact, who travels out to Warburton to provide these services, not just Warburton, there are many communities surrounding Warburton, has given me a case study that she'd like me to present to the House. And this is the impact of the travel cuts on an amputee client in the Nunandarra lands, and she goes on to share, so I'd like to share the story of a participant living in the Nunandarra lands, an Aboriginal woman in her mid-50s who recently underwent a below-knee amputation due to complications arising from unmanaged type 2 diabetes. In her case, early intervention and health literacy supports were not accessible, contributing directly to the progression of her condition. There is no regular podiatry or diabetes education service available in her community. By the time she presented to hospital, her condition had deteriorated to the point requiring surgical amputation. She now requires significant support to regain independence and avoid further decline. This is where the NDIS-funded occupational therapy becomes critical. Our team, one of the few mobile OT services willing and equipped to travel to the NG lands, is working with her to restore function, dignity and safety and safe access to her community and home environment. Without face-to-face, culturally responsive OT input, here's what she would go without. An appropriate wheelchair prescription and fitting to allow basic mobility and access to essential daily activities, e.g. using the bathroom, getting food, attending cultural gatherings. Urgent home modifications such as ramps, grab rails and bathroom alterations to prevent falls and further injury. Functional assessments to support hospital discharge and determine the supports needed to live safely at home. Coordination with prosthetic providers, which requires OT involvement to support the transition to a prosthetic limb over time. Self-management training focused on activities of daily living, pressure care and secondary prevention of further amputations and infections, and liaison with community supports, family carers and health service to create a wraparound care plan and ensure cultural safety. Now that's a pretty extensive list that this particular client will go without. And there's no question that this service can be continued under the current rules. Her nearest regional centre is over 1,000 kilometres away in Kalgoorlie, meaning service delivery requires up to 22 hours of round-trip travel per therapist, often over several days, until the 30th of June 2025. NDIS travel rules allowed providers to claim this in full time, making the service possible if still tight financially. However, from the 1st of July, travel to these communities has been kept at 50% of what our total hours, regardless of distance, duration or number of therapists involved. This results in an estimated loss of 20 plus hours of unfunded travel time per therapist per outreach trip, which makes it financially unviable. So the consequences of this are clear, Deputy Speaker. She may not receive the equipment, training or home modifications needed for her to return home safely. She may face extended hospitalisation or be placed in aged care at a far greater cost to the system and to her cultural, emotional well-being. A prosthetic may never be viable without appropriate pre- and post-rehab OT involvement, and there are no locally based therapists to take over. The telehealth is not an option due to limited connectivity, language and cultural barriers. So this is just one example, and I have, I do thank very sincerely the service providers across the goldfields, not only for what they do on a daily basis, but also for providing me with a whole host of case studies, which I'm not going to get a chance to get through in the time available. But so, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I did want to say that the decision to reduce NDIS travel funding to 50% of the service rate creates a significant barrier to the service provision for families in regional areas, and particularly in my electorate of O'Connor. Physiotherapist from Collie, the other end of the electorate, says his grave concerns regarding the National Disability Insurance Agency's decision to lower price limits and travel funding for physiotherapy supports. Physiotherapy services under these new pricing limits are unsustainable and will dramatically reduce choice and control for vulnerable NDIS participants. New rate cuts and further reduced funding for clinician travel do not keep pace with growing operational costs required to provide individualised care. This will have an even greater impact on participants in rural and regional settings. So, Deputy Speaker, as I say in conclusion, what this all adds up to is a situation where people living in regional and rural Australia will receive a significantly lower level of care than their city cousins, and that is simply not fair. And I call on the government and the Minister, who I've written to, and to her credit, she has responded, but responded by saying there'll be no change, to revisit this, to take into account the impact of those people who live outside the box, and we're not talking about millions and millions of recipients here. We're talking about, probably the people mostly impacted in my electorate would be in the hundreds if not the low thousands. So it's not a matter of destroying the budget by making and accommodating this small group of people who will be impacted. It's simply about providing equity and fairness for people who live in regional and remote Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very aware that we're all here in this parliament because we hold a deep sense of responsibility to our communities and to our electorates. And for me, that responsibility is really clear. I do want to improve my community. I want to make it the best place for people to live, work, study, raise a family. And I am really proud that since we've been in government, Labor has been both building our nation but also building our communities, investing in communities like those in Jagga Jagga, which unfortunately were neglected for far too long under previous Liberal national governments. When those opposite were in power, they put themselves first. They in fact allocated community funding in ways that benefited their own seats. That meant in Jagga Jagga that our community missed out on major infrastructure funding, on school upgrades, on sporting and community facilities and much more. I actually stood in this place at the time when then Prime Minister Scott Morrison led a Liberal national government, and I called out that government for their unfair treatment of my constituents. Between 2018 and 2021, the then Treasurer and member for Kooyong's neighbouring electorate, so just over the river from Jagga Jagga, received $5.7 million in community grants, while my community just over the river in Jagga Jagga received just $800,000. That is more than 7 times less, and it is absolutely indicative of how those opposite treated running the country. They were not in it for communities. They were certainly not in it for the community of Jagga Jagga. They were governing for themselves. And so, Deputy Speaker, Labor does take a different approach. We believe that every community, city or regional, no matter who they voted for, deserves respect and deserves its fair share. And I'm really proud of what that means and what we're delivering in Jagga Jagga. When we come to people's health, one of the key things that people talk to me about, the need for good quality healthcare services that can be accessed locally and that are affordable. We absolutely understand that Medicare is the cornerstone of our health system. It was something that I talked to many community members about during the last election campaign, as I'm sure my colleagues did as well, and had those discussions about making sure that this very Australian institution is there not just for now, but into the future. And of course we know it was at risk because it was neglected for far too long by those opposite who have never believed in Medicare, who have never believed that you should be able to see a doctor with your Medicare card, not with your credit card. It was neglected, but we have been doing the work to fix it. And in Jagga Jagga, that means that we have delivered the Heidelberg Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. Right in the heart of the Austin Hospital precinct, taking pressure off the emergency department there. I have a lot of positive feedback about this facility. And I'm really pleased that at the election that we've just had, that together with my colleague, the member for McEwen, we pledged that we will deliver another clinic in Diamond Creek and surrounds, which will really benefit people who live in the northern end of my electorate. We're backing that up. We are obviously making it easier for people to see a GP and have that bulk billed, an extra 18 million bulk billed GP visits every year, so that people in Jagga Jagga can see a doctor without worrying about the cost. And I know there's more work to do in this space. We're not there yet. As I said, it takes time to overturn the damage that those opposite did. In 10 years of government, they never invested in local health infrastructure in Jagga Jagga. They oversaw the collapse of bulk billing. They took a service that was essential to Australians, a service that Australians could count on, and they rubbished it. And that is, again, indicative of their approach to services. Labor is strengthening Medicare. The Liberals tried to destroy it, and that is the clear difference. And then if I look at other infrastructure in my community, like community sport, such a big part of how people spend their time, a big part of how people come together, how our kids learn about community, keeping active, so important. I'm really proud that we've been able to deliver investment in community support in Jagga Jagga. Funding for the Heidelberg West Football Netball Club to build female-friendly facilities, proper change rooms, showers and toilets. Funding for the Banyule City Council to build a brand new netball facility and upgrades to the croquet club at Ivanhoe Park. funding for the Shelley Park Pavilion in Heidelberg Heights, and I'm pleased that construction will be starting soon on that, along with renovating the pavilion at Eltham Lower Park. Now again, this is all work that is underway in our time in government. It is not work that happened under those opposite. We did not have this local level investment in my community under those opposite. We're supporting the transition to renewable energy in Jagga Jagga and around the country. So while those opposite have a debate about whether they need to be signed up to net zero, and as the Prime Minister has said, if you're not prepared to back net zero, what you are actually saying is you don't believe in climate change. If you are not prepared to say that this country needs to reach net zero, what you are saying is you are a climate denier. And again, not just when they're in government, but now those opposite are still full of climate deniers. Well, in Jagga Jagga and around the country, we're investing and we are doing the necessary work. We're investing in our cheaper home battery scheme that's seen nearly 40,000 home battery systems purchased since July 1. That includes 166 in the community of Jagga Jagga. Of course, we know that those opposite promised a $600 billion nuclear plan to drive up household bills. We are delivering direct energy bill relief to every household. And we're doing this on a community infrastructure level as well. So Watermark, a well-known and well-loved community pool in my electorate, we are supporting the Banyule Council to electrify that pool with a federal government support that will mean that it will become a fully electric facility, helping council cut costs, lower emissions and reinvest savings back into the community. We're delivering on major infrastructure, the North East Link project, which is the biggest infrastructure project ever delivered in my electorate. This will transform the way people live and travel in Melbourne's North East. It will connect Watsonia to Bulleen, fixing what's known as the missing link in our freeway network. It will take 15,000 trucks off Rosanna Road every single day, cut travel times by up to 35 minutes, and this is something that we're putting $3.3 billion towards to support the state government to make this happen. Again, we never ever saw this level of future investment in much needed infrastructure in my community under the Liberals. I do want to say thank you to all the community members who I know are putting up with a large level of disruption as this major project goes in. You are showing remarkable patience and forbearance and understanding that in the end this project will be a huge win for our community, so thank you. The final area I wanted to highlight, Deputy Speaker, as I think one that really does show the contrast between this government's attitude to investment in community and people's lives and the attitude that was taken by those opposite when they had the opportunity in government, is in housing. We do still have a housing crisis in this country, and that built up over a very long time, and it's certainly built up under those opposite when they were not investing in housing. They didn't see a role for the federal government in housing for most of the time. They didn't even have a federal housing minister. Certainly, I have spent quite a bit of time recently going to housing that is being built in my community with the support of the federal government. I never had that opportunity under those opposite because there wasn't any housing being built in my electorate with the support of the then federal government when it was a Liberal national government. So now in West Heidelberg, the old Belbardia estate, which was demolished in 2020 because it needed serious upgrades, Labor is rebuilding that estate. Together with the state government, we're really proud to be delivering 104 brand new homes. That's more homes than were there before. They will be high quality, they will be modern homes that local families can be proud of. Through the Housing Australia Future Fund, Labor's delivering 642 new homes across Ivanhoe, Heidelberg, Rosanna and Greensboro. We've just announced another 25 homes to come in Belfield as part of the second round. And I recently, just a couple of weeks ago, had the pleasure to have the Prime Minister and the Housing Minister visit Rosanna, where we saw the Beetham Parade development take shape. Now, that's a fantastic development that's going to support women and children leaving family violence. It's going to support key workers, First Nations people needing a house. It's in a great location just next to the train station near our medical precinct. It is absolutely the type of housing we need in our community, so it is wonderful to see this investment going forward. Of course, again, we know those opposite weren't keen to support the Housing Australia Future Fund, but we can only hope that at some point during this period in opposition, they do change the way they look at community infrastructure. They do change the way that they look at investing for the future and investing in the future of communities like those in Jagga Jagga. There is still time for them to come to this realisation and change their ways and support some of these fantastic initiatives that our government is delivering on.
Thank you. And I call on the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this country is not where it should be. Australia should be one of the strongest economies in the world. We should be a global leader in productivity, competitiveness and opportunity. We should have the lowest energy prices in the developed world, not one of the highest. We should be backing small businesses and farmers, not burying them under red tape and rising costs. We should be a country that rewards hard work, not one where everyday Aussies are forced to choose between keeping the lights on or putting food on the table. Under this Labor government, Australia has gone backwards, and we've gone backwards fast. Deputy Speaker, across my electorate of Dawson, people are hurting. From cane farmers and fishers to cafe and restaurant owners, from young Australians trying to buy their first home to pensioners in tears over their power bills. The message is clear. Our country is struggling under Labor. Australians are worse off now than at any time since the Great Depression. At the heart of this crisis is one thing: energy. My grievance is the government's approach to energy. This government has bet the house on wind and solar. It's the wind and solar, reckless race to renewables, only energy future policy, stubbornly refusing to consider a broader, more balanced mix. They've rejected the common sense options like gas, coal and even nuclear, leaving our grid vulnerable, unreliable and unaffordable. They've bet the house and lost. But instead of admitting defeat, they've doubled down. Too proud to fess up, they hide behind spin and flash more cash to cover up the cracks. Too embarrassed to come clean, and Australians keep paying the price. Energy is a central part of our economy. It is connected to everything: mining, farming, manufacturing, transport, small business and every household. When energy prices rise, the cost of everything rises with it. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Groceries, building supplies, freight, food production. Every line on the family's budget has gone up. Everyday Australians trying to get ahead are being punished by this Labor government's choices. Without affordable, reliable baseload power, our economy shuts down, and you can't run a full-time economy on part-time power. Deputy Speaker, since coming to government in 2022, Labor has overseen economic decline that touches every household. Inflation continues to erode budgets, productivity has fallen, national debt is surging with no serious plan to rein it in. The Prime Minister promised back in 2022 election a $275 cut to every household power bill. Where is it? In Dawson, power bills haven't fallen. They've exploded. When power prices rise, jobs disappear, businesses close, and costs flow all the way to the family dinner table. Small business is suffering too. Labor don't care and have long turned their backs on small business. Almost every policy they've introduced makes life harder for those who employ Australians and take the biggest risk. I speak with local businesses in Dawson every week. They're not opening new locations. They are closing doors. They're not hiring. They're laying off. And they're certainly not optimistic about the future. This is what Labor has created: a climate void of optimism. Reports from the CSIRO and Treasury confirm what Australians already know. The current path isn't working. In fact, Deputy Speaker, despite the stories that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy tries to spin, the recent CSIRO report confirmed that coal is currently the cheapest form of energy in Australia. Yet we are winding back our coal-fired power stations, while other countries are building new coal-fired power stations and investing in nuclear. And I can tell you right now, those countries all have lower power prices than Australia. Power prices are up, grid reliability is down, investors are walking away from their major wind and hydrogen projects, leaving taxpayers to foot the bill. Even members of the government must be quietly questioning this failed energy policy. After all, surely the other side of the House receives power bills too. Deputy Speaker, the government is out of ideas and out of cash. Last week's so-called economic forum was nothing more than a glorified talkfest, a parade of buzzwords, platitudes and photo ops. When the Treasurer announced the outcomes of the forum, not one word was mentioned about energy. Not one word was mentioned about small business. Not one word was mentioned on driving down uncontrolled immigration. And not one word was mentioned on reducing taxes, only creating them. While the Prime Minister and the Treasurer pat themselves on the back in Canberra, families in Dawson and across the country are sweating over their electricity bills and wondering how they can afford the weekly shop. And when Labor runs out of ideas, which they clearly have, and as they do always, they reach for the Australian wallet. They reach for the Australian public's wallet in order to splash the cash for headlines, hoping the public are distracted long enough to forget the government's energy failures. And because this government has left the country with nothing but $1 trillion in debt and a bunch of IOUs, they are desperate to invent new revenue streams to pay for these headlines. Take Labor's superannuation tax grab as an example. A proposed doubling of the tax rate on balances over $3 million. The plan is to apply to unrealised gains as well, which will hit farmers hard, because if the on-paper value of their farm goes up, the tax office will send them a bill. How is a farmer, already doing it tough, supposed to pay a tax bill on a profit that they haven't even received a cent for? If more farmers sell their farm, there will be less Aussie produce on the shelves and higher prices at the checkouts. A change to super affects everyone, and consequences go well above a handful of millionaires. We should be a country that unlocks our full energy potential, not locks Australians into rising prices through wind and solar, supports small business, not burdens it with more red tape and higher costs, celebrates our agricultural producers, not taxing them into selling up, reduces the tax burden, not sneak in stealth taxes through the back door, and we should back Australian-made products. Australia is blessed with abundant resources: coal, uranium, sunshine, wind, water and gas. We should be using all of them to their potential. We should have the world's cheapest and most affordable power. Instead, electricity prices are soaring, reliability is falling, and households are feeling the squeeze. The gap between what Australians pay for power and what we should be paying, it just keeps growing. Under this Labor government, Australians are paying more, working harder, and receiving less. Many Australians feel lucky just to be able to keep the lights on, lucky to be able to afford to put food on their table, lucky if they can manage to hold on to a few dollars at the end of the week. Deputy Speaker, that's not being lucky, that's just surviving. Will this government ever admit to their wind and solar only path is not the right direction for Australia? And will they ever allow for a sensible and balanced energy mix? Because if we get the energy mix and balance right, then a lot of Australians' problems will go away. We need to change the direction on energy because this country is not where it should be. So I'm calling on the Labor Albanese government to come good, look after the people that they're elected to represent, give them cheap, reliable and affordable power, and stop sending their households, their businesses to the wall. It's not a fair go, and Australia is the country of a fair go. Bring back the coalition.
Thank you. And I call on the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. DV West has been supporting women and children in the Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury, Nepean and Western Sydney for decades. So recently I took the newly appointed Assistant Minister for Prevention of Family Violence, Ged Kearney, to sit down, listen and learn from them. The frontline workers shared with us examples of the activities that have helped reconnect children with their mums or carers after domestic and family violence. This might be anything from family outings, starting a new sport, cultural camps, all of which can bring happiness but also new ways of bonding. We were updated on the new crisis and transitional accommodation in the Blue Mountains that DV West has secured with funding from the Albanese government's Housing Australia Future Fund, one of my 2022 election commitments. The crisis and transitional accommodation program supports the building, remodelling and purchase of new or expanded crisis and transitional accommodation. And thanks to funding through this program, DV West has been able to purchase 2 transitional units in the Blue Mountains, which will accommodate women and children who are no longer in crisis but still have support needs. This Commonwealth funding will help thousands of women and children across Australia, and it's another part of the Albanese government's ambitious housing reform agenda. Since coming to government, we've invested nearly 20 times more in crisis and transitional accommodation and programs than the previous Liberal government did in 10 years. We work closely with the New South Wales government, and there are now 9 additional DV workers across this Nepean Blue Mountains region as a result of our increased funding. I also want to commend State Member for Penrith Karen McEwen, who's provided more than $70,000 for the Haven from the Community Building Partnerships program. This funding for this service will provide essential upgrades to support more women and children fleeing domestic and family violence. All of this is good progress, but of course there is more to do. Deputy Speaker, joining my community at the weekend, Hawkesbury Walk, Ride, Run at the Hawkesbury Showground demonstrated how far attitudes have changed in our community when it comes to domestic and family violence. The event was organised by Rotarians from the 3 Hawkesbury Rotary clubs, Windsor, Richmond and Currajong North Richmond. Now, I've been closely involved with Rotary since the 1970s, and even a decade or so ago, I didn't hear Rotarians talking about domestic and family violence, let alone spending months planning a fundraiser to support our local frontline organisations like the Women's Cottage, San Miguel, Hope for You and The Haven. People signed up to bike ride, run, walk, some with their dogs, and there was plenty to help people refuel, including the Jeremiah Project's food truck ice creams and, of course, a Rotary sausage sizzle. It was a terrific first event to raise awareness and funds for this cause, and I really want to congratulate Rotarians, sponsors and all the participants. Deputy Speaker, a 60th anniversary is pretty special, even more so when it marks 6 decades of operation as a rural fire brigade. The Katoomba Brigade have celebrated their 60th. It was a mixture of laughter and tears, which remarkably included some of the founding members. This brigade is a leader in the Blue Mountains district, with 1/3 of its members women. Many stories were shared, and this one from Charlie Brown, who started his firefighting career at 15, describes the North Springwood fire in 1968, when 3 firefighters lost their lives right next to where his crew was operating. He said, "We escaped in the old Blitz truck with no windows. Everyone rode on the back, I was driving. We got to Hawkesbury Road, thought, phew, that was close. Then we took off our hats. No hair. It had burnt the hair off all of us. How the guys on the back of our truck didn't die, I'll never know." And that is the calibre and the bravery of the men and women who serve my community in the RFS brigades across the electorate of Macquarie. The dedication of 31 New South Wales volunteers from the Blue Mountains District were recognised earlier in August with the presentation of national medals. Now, these volunteers had more than 900 years of combined service, with years of service ranging from 15 to 57. Many of these volunteers had dedicated significant portions of their life to serving others and protecting others. The National Medal is presented to individuals who go above and beyond what's expected of active members within the brigade. Mount Riverview Brigade Life member Dennis Wayne Hancock, who's dedicated more than 55 years to the RFS and local community, was recognised. He was a founding member of the Mount Riverview Brigade. The professionalism of these people does not go unnoticed, and none of them work for the praise, but it was so good to be able to be there to recognise their service. Another special mention was to Lyndon Brigade member Colin Anlazark, who's given more than 50 years of service to the RFS and who, like many of the volunteers, serves the Blue Mountain District in various roles. My local Winmalee Brigade National Medal recipients included Stephen Manning, Katrina Jordan, Beck Southwell and Adrian Scovers, with Peter Church, Cole Church, Alison Davis and Tony Moore receiving their second clasp. And yes, there's a bunch of relatives in there because that's what happens in the brigade. It's families. 15 Hazelbrook members were recognised, with Alan Catt and Chris Hofflin being recognised for more than 40 years of service. Deputy Speaker, I also want to record the passing of Hazelbrook RFS member Group Captain Matt Hunter, a former captain with the brigade with more than 2 decades of service. My thoughts are with his family, and I know that Matt is being mourned by brigades right across the Blue Mountains and the many volunteers he trained and supported. Deputy Speaker, when you live on a floodplain like the Hawkesbury Nepean, forecasts of heavy rain can inspire real fear and anxiety. For many people, that's not least because flood insurance has become out of reach. For most of us, our home is our most valuable asset, and I know that recovering from a natural disaster is easier, still awful, but easier, when there is insurance to repair, replace and rebuild. I know that from personal experience. But imagine what it's like to know you simply can't afford the $20,000 or $30,000 that the insurers quote for a standard home insurance policy to be covered by flood in these flood-prone areas. People have few options. They pay a rate that really stretches their means, they try and get a policy for everything except flood, or they have no policy at all. And that means you're not insured for any unexpected event, not for fire or hail damage or serious accidental damage. This cannot go on. It's an urgent issue, and I know we in Australia are not alone in facing it. My visit to the US last year and discussions with people in the UK and NZ insurance and government roles tells me this is a global issue. But I'm joining with the Insurance Council of Australia to continue the discussion locally with my community and key stakeholders to unpack what is and isn't an option for my community. Residents, businesses and other stakeholders are invited to a special insurance forum I'm hosting in Windsor in September. We'll hear individual experiences, but more than anything, this is an opportunity to focus on solutions because we already know the problem. We'll discuss everything from whether there are innovative insurance products for homes and small businesses, including where homeowners have ways to minimise the repair or clean-up costs. We'll discuss what individuals can do so they can build back better from a flood and how that is recognised by insurers. We'll discuss the appetite for government buyback options for homes with very high flood risk, where alternative mitigation measures are unlikely to manage the risk. Because if you're in a home where you can't get insurance, it's likely a future buyer won't be able to get insurance either. I want to see individuals get the support they need so they can build back better from a flood or get on with their lives, and the time to start is when the sun is shining. Deputy Speaker, It's great news for first home buyers with our program to buy a home with only 5% deposit. It's available to every single first home buyer from October, and it has no income limits, no limit on the number of places in the program, and the house price caps actually reflect the cost of houses. In Macquarie, a $900,000 cap applies to the property. If you're a single parent with a dependent child, you can use this program and only pay a 2% deposit. Since we came to government, 855 Macquarie locals have already been assisted into their own homes with a 5% guarantee scheme. But these changes that we're making open the program to every first home buyer. Where we see a need and a way to provide more support, that is exactly what the Albanese government is going to do.
Thank you. The time for the grievance debate has expired. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 192B. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? The member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on Saturday, I had the absolute privilege of going to the local women's football grand finals with my daughter. And firstly, I want to congratulate the senior women's team from the Mooroolbark Football Club. 3 premierships in a row. What an achievement. Congratulations. I want to send my commiserations to the women's team from Montrose, who played in that grand final and showed great spirit, and congratulations to them on making the grand final. To the Coldstream women's team, who unfortunately lost on the day, turn up next year. I know Maddie will have them running hard in pre-season and looking to go one better next season. Good luck. To the Belgrave South women's and also the Belgrave South veterans women's, congratulations on making the grand final. Hopefully you can go one step better next year. And 2 weekends ago, I was at Yarra Junction for the junior football men's, also boys and the girls' grand finals. Hillsville had a couple of wins. I know the Wesburn under-17 girls had a great win. My good friend Matt Tilney, his daughter Kaylin, took home the premiership. That was a big day for their family. We are seeing across the community in Casey and across the country an explosion in young girls and women playing community sport. And Deputy Speaker, this is a great thing. This is a great thing for our community. It's wonderful to see that they get the opportunities to learn defeat, to learn the joys of victory, hard work and coaching. I've spoken before about the opportunities I had growing up playing sport and how fundamental it is to who I am as a person. But I look back on my junior career and we didn't see young girls and young women playing. It's so exciting that we see them today. But we also need to acknowledge the fundamental reality that this explosion, whether it's football, netball, soccer, the facilities have not kept up with the explosion in female participation, and we need to do more. I'll give the government credit. It was great to see the Play Her Way program for $200 million last term. Not quite as good as the $250 million coalition policy, Deputy Speaker, but I will give them credit. We need to keep doing more because we risk losing this opportunity. We have seen this growth in female sport. If the facilities do not match, if they don't have the facilities that they deserve, we risk that this generation of sports people get to 15, 16, 17 and are lost to our great games and are lost to our community sport. So I urge the Minister for Sport, the Minister for Infrastructure, the government to continue to invest in women's sport. I'll back them up. The Coalition will work with them. I'll make sure on the Coalition side we put forward policies that make sure that our community infrastructure is at the level it needs to be. So every young person has the opportunity to build friendships, learn life lessons and make sure that they are better people. Because when our young people are better, our communities are better and our nation is stronger.
Thank you. The member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
This is another first for me since being elected for the member for Brisbane. It's my first opportunity to deliver a constituency statement. So today I want to thank you. I want to shine a light on two community organisations whose contribution to Brisbane and well beyond are truly invaluable: Community Canteen and Bhatia Samaj. Earlier this month I had the privilege of visiting Community Canteen in Newmarket during Homelessness Week. This organisation was founded in 2008 and it's a volunteer-driven not-for-profit with a simple but powerful mission to provide fresh, nutritious meals to people who are homeless, at risk of homelessness or experiencing hardship. They operate without paid staff, without their own premises, ensuring that every single dollar that is donated goes directly to preparing and serving meals. With more than 250 dedicated volunteers, the organisation prepares over, wait for it, 30,000 meals a year. Working in partnership with Communify, the meals are prepared at the Newmarket Kitchen, which is where I was, using rescued food and donated funds. They are then frozen and distributed to those who need them the most. But Community Canteen offers more than just food. It provides dignity, inclusion and connection, not only for those who receive the food, but for the volunteers who give their time and energy. When I visited there, I was warmly welcomed by Amir and the team of volunteers, and I did my bit to lean in and lend a hand. So I want to put on record my thanks for the commitment of Amir and the team and all involved. On that very same day, though, I also attended Bhatia Samaj, Empowering Migrant Expo in Brisbane. Bhatia Samaj, established in Queensland in 2022, and is dedicated to fostering an inclusive Australia, uniting migrants with other locals and importantly, supporting the South Asian community. Now, only in its second year, the Empowering Migrant Expo, which they established, has become a cornerstone event. This year, it attracted more than 8,000 people, making it one of the largest multicultural gatherings in Queensland. The Expo showcased 30 multicultural stalls, 15 government stands, 20 international food stalls, 20 cultural dance performances. There was a networking lunch across 200 multicultural leaders, and not to mention the 2025 Migrant Awards ceremony, celebrating outstanding contributions across diverse communities. These events matter because migration has shaped and continues to shape our city for the better. From small business to infrastructure, from healthcare and education to hospitality and the arts, migrants have built and enriched our community. I want to acknowledge the President of Bhatia Samaj, Mr Abhishek Sharma, and the many volunteers who worked tirelessly to make this expo such a success. Both Community Canteen and Bhatia Samaj Empowering Migrants Expo are shining examples of the best in Brisbane, bringing our community together, building inclusion and strengthening the fabric of our community.
Thank you. The member for Curtin.
Thank you. Artificial intelligence is already transforming our lives, from how we work and learn to how we make decisions and solve problems. It brings enormous potential to improve health outcomes and research, streamline government services and drive productivity. But it also poses serious risks: disinformation, bias, sexual exploitation and a loss of privacy. Getting the policy landscape right is going to be essential to ensure we maximise the good and limit the bad. But AI is moving fast and the government is already falling behind. So what must we do? Well, first, we need a national AI task force and a clear plan. As the Tech Policy Design Institute has said, too often our choices are framed as binary: hit the brakes or slam the accelerator. But we can and must take hold of the steering wheel. To take hold of the steering wheel, we need a task force that's capable of responding rapidly and holistically to AI development. To regulate in a timely way, this task force needs access to key policymakers and regulators. And we need a coordinated plan to provide a clear direction to industry and ensure we're not working in silos. Second, we need an overarching legislative approach. Whether it's a standalone AI Act or extending existing regulation, the goal's the same: support innovation while limiting harm. We must avoid getting bogged down in structure and focus on outcomes: safe, responsible and inclusive AI. Third, we must address the high-risk uses of AI that will inevitably escape an overarching legislative approach. Last month, I introduced a bill to criminalise the distribution and training of AI models designed to produce child sexual abuse material. We'll need to continually and rapidly stamp out horrific and unjustifiable uses of AI like this. Fourth, we need to invest in our AI capabilities, which means investing in our people, businesses, schools, startups and research organisations. Already we've spent so much time debating regulation and whether we're going to slam on the brakes or hit the accelerator that we've forgotten to put fuel in the car. Australia's investment in AI has been modest compared to similar countries. Canada just announced $2.4 billion in funds for AI research, which is 17 times what the Australian government has invested over the past 5 years. But we have enormous potential. Just look at Maincode's Matilda, a world-leading AI model built right here in Australia. Investment in our AI capability goes beyond funding startups and infrastructure like data centres. It's primarily about our people. That means supporting people in small businesses, schools and across our communities to deploy AI effectively and safely. It means developing world-leading expertise in our universities and research institutions and creating pathways for global AI talent to contribute here. AI presents an exciting frontier for this country, but we need to get a move on to ensure we can make the most of the opportunity in a safe way.
The member for Gordon.
33 veterans. That's how many Vietnam veterans are part of the Caroline Springs RSL. The stories, the history and the psychological scars these servicemen and women carry is unimaginable. We are eternally grateful for their service to this country. I was honoured to present a quilt of valour ahead of the Vietnam Veterans Day to Margarita on behalf of her late husband Bill for his service and sacrifice. Thank you, President Ross Wiltshire, the committee and members Peter, Paul, Wendy, Gill, Murray, Bobby, John, Dave, Gillian and Andy. Does pineapple belong on pizza? This is the politics of the day during the Speaker and my visit to the recent Thornhill Park Primary School. Thornhill Park Primary is the growth of the western suburbs in action. Since opening in 2023, they've seen a huge uptick in enrolments. Like the western suburbs, Thornhill Park Primary is diverse, resilient, persistent, and with the support of Principal Daryl Spiteri, instills the values of respect, integrity and well-being in its students. The students voted for pineapple being on pizza, even though I personally tend to disagree, but that's what democracy is for. Thank you, Thornhill Park. Last week was Early Learning Matters Week. I've recently visited Good Start Keilor Village, Good Start Moonee Ponds and the kindergarten at Creekside K-9 College. I've read storybooks, made crafts and seen firsthand the dedication of the incredible care teams in our electorate. There is no one more important than our little ones, and they deserve every bit of support, protection and care we can provide. Childcare and kindy are instrumental in shaping the development and well-being of our kids at that crucial early age. It helps them navigate the world, laying foundations for future success. And the care provided by our childcare workers is simply invaluable. High-quality early education and care is essential. Thank you to the incredible early education workers who we trust day in, day out with the people who matter the most. Dressed as Where's Wally, dancing in the Nutbush and a Litfest parade, it's Book Week at Auburndale Primary School. This year's Book Week theme was Book and Adventure. Fostering imagination is critical to our kids' emotional and cognitive development, to giving them the skills essential to navigating their futures. And it all starts with literacy. At Auburndale Primary School, students develop a love of reading. A special congratulations to the Auburndale students who hit over 100 nights of reading. Thank you to Principal Michael Yuzinovsky and to the incredible teachers around him. Your efforts are invaluable. I recently saw the Blue Light Youth Program in action at Creekside College in Caroline Springs. This powerful initiative gives secondary students hands-on experiences with police and emergency services, fostering trust, open conversation and a sense of belonging. That confidence, resilience and strong sense of community connection is essential to keeping the future of our youth and our community bright. Thank you to Principal...
The member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on changes to the National Disability Insurance Scheme pricing for providers on travel charges. These charges have reduced physiotherapy funding by $10 per hour and halved travel funding for allied health professionals. For regional communities like Monash, these cuts threaten the sustainability of specialist support services for people who need them most. I want to thank people living with a disability in Monash who have met with me to discuss how these changes will impact them, along with local providers, allied health professionals and plan managers. On the 8th of July, I wrote to the Prime Minister and the Minister for the NDIS outlining how these changes will hurt regional Australians living with a disability and those who support them. There's been crickets from the government on this, despite the Coalition very reasonably asking for a modest 3-month pause on the implementation of these changes that were due into effect from the start of the financial year to be able to be properly accounted for their impact. I commend my colleague, the member for Herbert, for his compelling advocacy on this issue. It represents the hurt and anxiety many people in my community are experiencing about these changes. These are not hypothetical case studies and numbers on a spreadsheet. The consequences of these changes are real people. Among the stories that have most impacted my view on this issue include the teenage girl from the Latrobe Valley receiving weekly physiotherapy, without which she would return to being confined in a wheelchair, or the non-verbal child who cannot communicate that he is in pain. His speech therapy is the key that makes the difference every week. The reduction in travel funding poses a significant risk to the provision of necessary and ongoing care for people living with a disability in regional communities. It limits the ability of therapists to reach participants, thereby reducing access to vital services. The cuts jeopardise the essential care of people living with a disability in our community. They deserve better from our government than that. I support meaningful and practical efforts to ensure the NDIS is run efficiently, but disproportionately impacting regional communities is not the way to achieve this. Many of these providers are small businesses. They are not huge corporations and simply cannot absorb the cuts. They will close their doors or not travel to towns where their services are needed the most. In regional Australia, we lack the market density of city and metropolitan areas. This extends to services like the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I passionately believe your postcode shouldn't determine your potential in life. By its actions on this issue, the Albanese Labor government appears to disagree. I will continue to advocate for my community in the strongest terms possible on this issue because they deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In October 2023, I stood with early childhood educators, kindergarten teachers, parents and community members against Darebin Council's plans to cut community childcare centre leases to just 2 years, an ordeal that was not only costly but would have created instability for educators, for parents and their bubs. After our grassroots campaign, the Council were forced to act, and I acknowledge Kat Theophanous, the State Member for Northcote, and Nathan Lambert, the State Member for Preston Reservoir, for their hard work on this issue. Darebin Childcare and Kinder and 17 other community-run childcare centres and kindergartens fought and won 5 years plus 5-year leases. I'll never forget standing with directors, staff and families, making clear just how important certainty and stability is for these crucial services that support our youngest Cooper residents. Last week, as part of Early Learning Matters Week, I returned to Darebin Childcare and Kindergarten, not to protest but to celebrate, with their director Tina and her team. It was moving to see the educators' pride in their work and the gratitude of families who rely on their care. And there was more to celebrate. At last, these educators who have been undervalued for far too long will see a 15% pay rise, back paid, recognising the extraordinary difference they make every single day. This is about respect and dignity and about saying the work of caring for and educating our youngest citizens matters. And, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to raise the issue relating to standards for training and accreditation of the use of assistance dogs. My constituent, Charles, has an assistance dog that is vital to his well-being as someone who suffers from severe PTSD. He has told me stories that no Australian should have to. Stories of being refused entry to libraries and supermarkets, turned away from public transport, interrogated when trying to get into rideshare services with his much-needed furry companion. Instead of being supported, many are made to feel humiliated, and these stories are not unique. Thousands of Australians with guide dogs, hearing dogs, psychiatric support dogs and more face this same battle every single day. At the heart of the problem is a lack of national standards, which creates inconsistencies between states and across borders internationally in accreditation, in enforcement and also in recourse for discrimination. The message is simple, Deputy Speaker. Australians with disabilities deserve equality, they deserve dignity and certainty, not confusion and exclusion. I will continue to advocate on this issue to make our standards better and more consistent, because people's lives and independence depend on it, and Australians who rely on assistance dogs deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May I begin by celebrating the grassroots life-saving work of our local Life Flight helicopter and its crew. During the past financial year, the Bundaberg-based rescue chopper and crew completed a record number of search and rescue missions, supporting 306 people, more than any other Queensland base. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of visiting the Life Flight hangar at the Bundaberg Airport. The facilities are world-class, but they are outgrowing them already. I had the opportunity to sit in the cockpit of a new AW139 helicopter. The striking dark blue chopper weighs up to 7 tonne when fully kitted out. It can climb at a rate of 2,000 feet per minute and travels at speeds of 305 kilometres per hour. The amazing crew, consisting of a pilot, crew member, doctor and paramedic, are all set up to help 24/7, whether out to sea, in the outback or winching in mountainous terrain. May I commend the work of these heroes and acknowledge the ongoing support they receive locally to stay in the air, saving lives in Hinkler and beyond. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Hinkler, life-saving work happens in many ways and forms. Tina Davey and the Bayside Transformations team in Hervey Bay are changing lives for the better through a residential drug and alcohol rehabilitation program. Transformations operate all over Australia, and earlier this month I toured the hub in Hervey Bay, which includes common areas, leisure spaces and accommodation. The program takes individuals from active addiction and places them by the side of those in recovery. They call this therapeutic community. I was very impressed to see the thriving on-site kitchen in full swing, with participants and volunteers preparing locally grown vegetables under a successful social enterprise project called Bayside Veggies. The kitchen supplies major outlets like the Hervey Bay RSL with potatoes, pumpkin, carrots and much more. I wish Tina and her team every success as they help lives get back on track and give purpose to those recovering from addiction. Deputy Speaker, how amazing is this love story? On August 12, just 2 weeks ago, James and Gladys Turner of Kawungan and Hervey Bay celebrated 75 years of marriage. Can you believe that? 75 years. In 1950, James and Gladys married in Burpengary. James was born in Mundubbera and Gladys was born in Brisbane. Throughout the 1950s, the pair had 4 children, Trevor, Michelle, Malcolm and Eric. James was in the police force in the early days of their marriage, but his career was mainly spent running dry cleaning businesses in Mackay, Rockhampton and for a lengthy period in the heritage city of Maryborough. They were also kept busy growing macadamias and pineapples as well. James and Gladys moved to Hervey Bay in 2018, and I was fortunate to be able to give them my personal well wishes and a bouquet of flowers, and I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr and Mrs Turner on a wonderful and inspiring 75 years of marriage and many more to come. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Burt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to highlight some local legends from the Burt electorate in Perth's south-eastern suburbs. A couple of weeks ago, I was so proud to host the biggest ever annual Burt Volunteer Awards. Our community is so much kinder, stronger, vibrant and more connected thanks to the contribution of our volunteers. They really make a difference, and that's why I host these awards every year, to acknowledge the work of our local volunteers, even though they don't do it for the accolades. So in the sports category, we had Christine Selwood, Kevin Brophy and Peter Hanna of the Armidale Junior Soccer Club, James Linton of the Kelmscott Junior Football Club, James Purbety of the Gosnells Archers, Samantha Safiotti and Tony Shepherd of the Roleystone Junior Football Club, Angus Yarran and Kristen Egan of the Kelmscott Bulldogs Football Club and Georgia Butler of the Kelmscott Baseball Club, with the winner being Rick Batista of the Seville Dragons, a club that he built from humble beginnings nearly 10 years ago and has mentored over hundreds of athletes. In the community services category, there was Amy Warwick of the Rotary Club of Armidale, Dale Pickell of All Saints Anglican Church of Gosnells, the Armidale train guy, Kevin Bradney, Dawn Barker of the Good Sammys WA, Kylie Plummer of Kelmscott Bulldogs, Leslie Knox of the William Langford Community House, Natalie Croswell of the Armidale Business Association, Rachel John of Classic Sounds Orchestra, Mark Wilson of Halo Care, Crystal Wall of the Gosnells Women's Collective, and the winners were Kylie and Joel Burns of Feed It Forward, who have been preparing and distributing food hampers for our community for more than 5 years. In the youth category, we had Jennifer Ho of Team Connect WA, Logan Wolf of Gosnells Archers, Sama Rufi of the local Afghan community, and young leader Sarab Sadat, with the winner being Ustav Tapalia from the Stories Project, who works to foster harmony among diverse communities and advocates for individuals with disabilities. In the multicultural category, we had Ada Oakton of the Filipino-Australian Health Workers Association and Team Hope, Harry Gill of the Sikh community. We had Ambika, Jayanthi, Saranavan, Jayal Askmi and Kanchan Navedi of the Valuvan Tamil School. We had Aaron Malikzada of the Afghan Australian Cultural Council, Adil Garg, E.P. Chandamanal and Bali Singh of the Federation of Indian Associations of WA. Father Mahari Teller of the Tigray Holy Trinity Church in Kelmscott. We had Letty Durkin of the Tigray Orthodox Church in Kenwick, Nazir Kuseshi of the Hamdelin Iranian Cultural House, Rajiv Nare Anapanika of the Samskurith Perth, and the winner was Zohal Rufi, an advocate who's been supporting the Afghan community for over 15 years. In the environment category, we had Alan Dolphin of Free the Hounds, Andrew Batty of Byford Community Garden, Jane Skoll of Friends of Baniola Regional Park, Les Jarvis of Armdale Gosnells Landcare Group, Margaret Middlemass of the Animal Protection Society of WA, and Michelle Hazelwood of the Darling Range Wildlife Shelter, with the winner being Alan Wheatley of the Carrican Black Cockatoo Conservation Centre, who's been volunteering in various roles for over 40 years, and finally Mervyn Wilson of the Western Australian 10th Light Horse Organisation, who received a very special Long Service Award for 24 years as a tireless and passionate volunteer. Thank you to all of our volunteers.
Thank you. The member for Moncrieff.
Well, I recently had the great privilege to join my community for the annual Kokoda Day and Vietnam Veterans Day commemorations. And this year marked the 83rd Kokoda Day commemoration. And as I do each year, I join the Rotary Club of Broadwater, Southport and, of course, the Surfers Paradise RSL sub-branch for their service. It was a beautiful service that's held at the Rotary Kokoda Memorial Wall in Cascade Gardens in Broadbeach. This memorial is a wonderful, dedicated space that's also used outside of official commemorations. And can I just, before I go on this positive tone, I just want to condemn those who have absolutely desecrated Cascade Gardens. I've just heard from my office, so upsetting for the veterans that there has been some vandalism occurred there, and I condemn those people for what they have done, and I hope the police have the full force of the law down on those people who have done that over the last few days. Very upsetting for the veterans. At this year's service, we were joined by veterans, community leaders and, of course, the special guest, Nova Peris OAM OLY. And Nova's connection to Papua New Guinea is deeply personal. Her great-grandfather, Jack Knox, fought in the Kokoda campaign during the Second World War, and together we commemorated the courage, sacrifice and bravery of all who served during that conflict. It was a solemn service where we reflected on the pivotal role this campaign played in Australia's military history, and we honoured the unique bond forged between Australian and Papua New Guinean forces. It would be remiss of me not to mention and pay tribute, of course, to the Fuzzy Wuzzy Angels, who were seminal in the conflict. They bravely aided our wounded troops alongside the Papuan Infantry Battalion, who fought valiantly. And it's so very important to continue elevating and shining a light on our country's military history. We must never, ever forget the contributions of our diggers and the perils and the losses and the grievances and the grieving of war. And just last week, I joined the Nerang RSL sub-branch and the Gold Coast Vietnam Veterans Association for the Vietnam Veterans Day commemorative service. And this service was held in an equally beautiful location in the Veterans Garden at the beautiful Nerang RSL and Memorial Club. My pleasure to be there alongside our incredible service personnel. We took the time to pause and reflect upon the sacrifices made during the Vietnam War and the Battle of Long Tan, a conflict that saw more than 60,000 Australians serve, 523 of whom were sadly killed. And of those 60,000 that served, there are around 35,000 surviving Aussie Vietnam vets. Their service and sacrifice will never be in vain. We must continue to elevate veterans' voices and ensure their legacy lives on. We will remember them, lest we forget.
Thank you. The member for Wills.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of meeting with my local chapter of Grandmothers for Refugees in community group in my electorate. Now, the Grandmothers for Refugees were established in 2014. They're a group that advocates for fair treatment of refugees and their visas. They're a wonderful group of women who are committed, who are passionate, who care, who advocate, who do the hard work. And I share a lot of their passion, and I have throughout my parliamentary career and my work around refugee rights and for asylum seekers as well. And that's why it was so great to welcome the Albanese government's commitment, a $160 million package of reforms to restore integrity to Australia's refugee protection system, providing a fair go to asylum seekers and helping break the business model of people who seek to exploit the system. And it included $54 million investment in establishing real-time priority processing of protection visa applications. That's a historic investment, Deputy Speaker. That means most new protection applications are now decided almost 8 times faster than those under the previous government. That means individuals and families, if owed protection, can move to a permanent protection visa sooner, which obviously comes with access to essential services like Medicare, Centrelink and the NDIS as well. Now, I've spoken over many years about the need for Australia to have a fair and a compassionate migration system. My electorate of Wills thrives due to the migration policies of many governments of the past, especially Labor governments. Our area, our electorate is very diverse, it's multicultural. 62% of residents have at least one parent born overseas. And I will continue to fight for a fair and humane refugee policy that reflects the values of our diverse and our generous community as well, like the Grandmothers for Refugees. Also, my electorate, Deputy Speaker, I had the incredible honour of representing the 2025 National Outstanding Community Pharmacist of the Year. Her name is Sarah Murdoch. She's based at Pharmacy 777 in Pascoe Vale, in the heart of my electorate. Sarah is amazing, an amazing pharmacist. She's been recognised for her dedication to patient-centred care, innovations in community health and a commitment to improving public health outcomes. And I recently visited Sarah for a health screening, and she made sure I was fighting fit for my role in Parliament. I'm not sure how well she did, but that's on me, I think. But the Albanese government, thanks to the Albanese government from the beginning of this next year, pharmacies will now dispense all PBS scripts for just $25, the same price as 2004. Sarah was very happy about that, and many of her clients and customers were so happy about that. This is all part of our commitment to ease the cost of living pressures and strengthen Medicare. That's what we're doing. We're freezing the cost of the PBS medicines so people have greater access to the medicines they need when they need them, because no one should be left behind when it comes to their health.
Thank you. The member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, imagine you're inviting a group to lunch to discuss plans for next year, and this group proposed to charge you $16,000 to cover the cost to attend that lunch. And this is exactly what happened for the Banana Shire Council in my electorate of Flynn. The Banana Council tried to have an open dialogue with relevant traditional owners to outline upcoming capital projects for the new financial year, but were asked to be charged $16,000 for 4 people to attend a working lunch. This is not acceptable, and in fact it's offensive. Another example in the Banana Council's July minutes revealed that a recent road project budgeted for $90,000 where council had to pay for 4 people's wages for each day, plus accommodation and travel, the cost to council having to undertake the on-site cultural heritage searches cost over $30,000. The project was originally budgeted for $90,000, ended up costing the council $120,000, just so the council could comply with the cultural heritage obligations. These expenses mean that every single ratepayer in the council Shire will have to pay more to cover all of these expenses. Cultural heritage laws are not just affecting the Banana Shire Council, they are affecting many councils and community organisations in the electorate of Flynn and in fact all over the country. Deputy Speaker, last year the Bruce Highway was closed after a truck carrying ammonium nitrate crashed and exploded near Boreen in my electorate of Flynn. The explosion created a crater about 20 metres in diameter and 3 metres deep, and the highway was damaged and remained closed for 4 days for necessary repairs. And I was amazed to learn that it was reported that a cultural heritage investigation had to be undertaken before this critical highway could be reopened. And to break down the issue, a cultural heritage assessment had to be undertaken on an already established highway before it could be reopened to thousands of people and vehicles that use it every day. Deputy Speaker, the current native title and cultural heritage laws are not sustainable or practical in their current form, and I'm calling on both federal and state governments to come together and make important reforms to these laws. And I am not suggesting for 1 minute that we abandon cultural heritage or native title. Just stop it from becoming a blatant money grab.
Thank you. The member for Ballarat.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, a great event happens every 2 years in the depths of winter in Ballarat. In contrast to the grey skies above, you start seeing a lot of yellow around the city. Yellow signage, people dressed in yellow, the umbrellas in the iconic umbrella laneway in the CBD suddenly become yellow, and in the streets people are carrying bright yellow bags. It means that the Ballarat International Photo Biennale has begun. This year's exhibitions explore life force, the photography that fills the city, the buildings, the laneways, our restaurants and a range of other beautiful venues explores what it is and what it means to be alive, and this thrumming energy of living things. Over 360 artists are featured in this year's Biennale, from the arresting work of British Ghanaian photographer and filmmaker Campbell Andy to the celebrated Robert Mapplethorpe. This year features the world premiere of Catherine Leroy's One-Way Ticket to Vietnam. The French photographer was 21 and had a camera and $100 in her pocket when she arrived to document the Vietnam War in 1966. It was the beginning of a career of fearless war photography. The 11th Ballarat International Photo Biennale includes over 2,000 photographic works. Overall, there are 111 exhibitions, one of which was made possible with support from the Albanese Government's Festival Australia Fund. Mimimiri was designed by the Wadawurrung artist Dr Deanne Gilson and constructed by Nadamak artist Dave Jones. It is simply unmissable. It's an enormous bogong moth installed on the facade of the National Centre for Photography in Lydiard Street. It gently flutters by day and it glows at night. While visitors will flock to Ballarat over the next 8 weeks, the festival is embraced by locals too. In fact, over 200 volunteers will ensure the smooth running of the Biennale. The last 3 festivals have brought $93 million of economic benefit to our region, and it is an astonishing achievement for the Biennale team, led by Artistic Director and CEO Vanessa Garens, with General Manager Kate O'Hare and Chair of the Board Alicia Lindley. Trying to use words to describe the Ballarat Photo Biennale doesn't quite work. You really have to see it for yourselves, so I'd encourage anyone who can to visit Ballarat between now and the 19th of October. I can assure you that you won't be disappointed by the magnificent works that are on display.
Thank you. The member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Labor government's touted productivity roundtable, or economic roundtable, whatever it was eventually called, seemed like a bit of a stunt to create the impression that one of the critical challenges faced by Australia, which is our falling productivity, was in fact actually being addressed. And many of us gave it the benefit of the doubt because you have to discuss these issues, and a business is having dialogue with our leaders is a good thing. But here's the problem. Labor, under this Prime Minister and this Treasurer, is fundamentally an anti-productivity government. It is obsessed with government-directed wealth redistribution, crony capitalism and the welfare state. It is dictated to by the unions, and these dictations find their way into legislation, and that legislation makes us less competitive and less productive. Energy policy was barely discussed at the roundtable, as though everyone accepts that the transition is going swimmingly and that cheap and affordable power will just continue as we move from generation techniques such as coal and gas, which are 24/7, to an intermittent supply. Anyone seriously assessing the grid and looking at the successes and failures of other nations in their energy transitions would see the flaws in this approach. And this particular energy transition is one of the biggest economic gambles Australia has ever faced, and the probability and the consequences of getting it wrong is too horrific to contemplate. I worry that government ministers seem to put the viability and competitiveness of businesses, particularly small business, last on their list of priorities when drafting legislation. And this is evident in the regrettable changes to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and the new industrial laws, which have hit small businesses hard with a mountain of regulation. And in addition, Labor's on a spending spree with diminishing economic activity to pay back the debt into the future. According to data published by the Centre for Independent Studies in July this year, more than half of Australian voters rely on government for their main income through public sector wages, welfare payments or subsidies. And the Institute of Public Affairs found that between August 22 and August 2022 and 2024, 82% of new persons were employed in the public sector. Now, it's not to say that people who work in the public sector in many cases don't provide a valuable service, but an economy based on taxpayer-funded jobs is a house of cards. Tax was discussed, but I don't see any real appetite for reform, and efforts by the previous coalition government to address the productivity-killing phenomenon of bracket creep were reversed by Labor. So what does this all mean? Well, it appears we're on a pathway to managed decline, and that means a decline in our living standards, opportunities for our next generation, and we need a bold government to address these factors in a serious way. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the Minister for Northern Australia and Resources.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I today would like to congratulate organisations in my electorate of Brand for receiving funding from this government under our Stronger Communities program. I want to congratulate the Seaside Camp for Children at Point Perrin, who awarded $10,000, formerly known as the Alfred Hines Seaside Camp. This is the first camp to offer camps and getaways and respite for young people with disabilities. And the camp has served the community for over 65 years, and it will use the funds to improve wheelchair access and enable all kids to have a really great time by the beach. And thank you for the work you do at the Seaside Camp. Congratulations also to Callista Primary School P&C, who received $20,000, and that will fund upgraded playground facilities, including new climbing frames and shade structures. It's a wonderful little school, and this investment will create safer and more enjoyable areas for the kids in this great Kwinana school to play and have fun. I look forward to having a visit, though I must say I probably won't be doing the climbing. I also want to congratulate Marine Rescue Rockingham, who received $10,000 under the Stronger Communities program, and this funding will enhance their rescue capabilities by purchasing a state-of-the-art water drone. It's called the Dolphin. I've seen it myself, and a life-sized and apparently life-weighted mannequin for training purposes. Now, Marine Rescue Rockingham do a really fantastic job. About 90 volunteers form boat crews, they're radio operators, administrative support, working 24/7 all year round to ensure local boaties and fishers get some help if they run into trouble. And Rockingham and the suburbs around it are some of the areas with the highest boat ownership in Western Australia, and with an amazing coastline, a lot of people get out in the water. So I really want to thank Marine Rescue Rockingham for what they do. I went along to their volunteer thank you dinner last Saturday, and I want to join in congratulating all the award winners, the life members and all the volunteers for their achievements. And thank you, as they say at Marine Rescue, for always standing by. The WA Police and Community Youth Centre in Rockingham has received a grant to deliver a project that supports and celebrates Whadjuk Noongar culture, and that's a vital organisation that will empower young people and provide social benefits to the wider community. The crew in Rockingham has received $9,000. They do remarkable work across Brand, over 100 regular volunteers providing food and clothing to about 700 people a week, and that's going to help them purchase solar panels to support the financial viability of the organisation by bringing down their power prices. The White Knights Baldivers Cricket Club has also got some funding, nearly $7,000, for installing publicly accessible, fully monitored defibrillators, which will be available 24/7. This crucial life-saving equipment for both the club and the wider community out at the Baldivis Sporting Hub, which is a great place for the community to gather.
Member for Calare.
Today in this House I acknowledge the Kewdale Cargo and District Lions Club. For close to 40 years, the Kewdale Cargo Lions have been serving our local communities and our country. Kewdale and Cargo are smaller communities of the Calare electorate, and they are thriving and vibrant. And this mighty club makes a real difference to the lives of residents in the Kewdale Cargo area. Lions clubs all over Australia assist with local community fundraising for important causes. In addition to community service, Lions Australia has a history of providing natural disaster and emergency relief, as well as supporting medical research. The Kewdale Cargo Lions Club is no exception. Over the last year alone, the club has raised over $45,000 supporting a range of impactful programs and projects, including Central West Tractor Trek in support of Little Wings, Kewdale and Cargo Public Schools, Hearing Dogs, Kewdale Show, the Flood Appeal, prostate cancer support, assisting people with a disability to purchase support equipment, providing 4 young adults with $2,000 each to support their first year of university or TAFE, and nominating local women for the New South Wales Rural Women of the Year Awards. The club caters for thousands of people at the Australian National Field Days and also the Caravan and Camping Show as part of their fundraising activities. Recently, club members were assisting with eye screening at Grenfell Public School. I would like to thank and acknowledge the outstanding team at Kewdale Cargo Lions, including President Brent Twaddle, Vice President Bridget Eden, and Bridget was just presented with the Lions of the Year Award at the recent changeover, Treasurer Greg Lynch, Secretary Lynn Frecklington, Public Officer Jeanette Price, Safety Officer and current member Christy Dolbell, former District Governor and Communication and Publicity Coordinator Ron Parry, Catering Coordinator and current member Helen Coleman, former Zone Chair and current member Barbara Parry, former President and current member Sue Parish, founding and current members Graham Eslick and Dave Farrell, and members Jim Bryan, Margaret Bryan, Carol Smith, Jane Miller, Kathy Wicks and Russell Wicks. At the end of September, the Kewdale Cargo and District Lions Club will be celebrating its 40th anniversary. The motto of Lions International is "We Serve," and the kind-hearted members of Kewdale Cargo Lions certainly personify this. In a turbulent world, their kindness and compassion shines through. I congratulate this marvellous club on its 40th birthday and the unwavering commitment of its members to our communities. As a Lions Club member myself, I can tell you it's great to be a Lion. Well done, Kewdale Cargo Lions. We appreciate everything you do.
The member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. 7 years ago, Jen Reeves walked into my office while I was still working sport and rec in Cairns. She pitched an idea that she was going to bring wheelchair tennis to Cairns, creating a program known as Run and Roll. Run and Roll pairs able-bodied athletes with chair athletes in a modified game of tennis. The goal was simple: create an opportunity for kids to play with their friends. Nothing more, nothing less. Working with Tennis Queensland local tennis clubs, Jen set about creating the program, finding chairs, space and coaches. To launch the program, Olympic gold medalist and 4-time Australian Open champion Heath Davidson came to Cairns to show the participants what was possible. One of the attendees was a youngster named Ben Wenzel. Ben was able to spend some time with Heath and the program took off. As the program went along, Fred Lay, a coach from the Northern Beaches of Cairns, took the opportunity to expand his coaching knowledge and became an accredited wheelchair coach. This provided 11-year-old Ben with the ability to train, improve his game and be more competitive with his friends. Had that been the end of the story, it would have been a truly exceptional program. But Ben had found his thing. Ben has made numerous Australian teams and travelled the world, and last year became the US Junior Open doubles champion, the first Junior Open champion in Australian history. He has gone from strength to strength. This year, he will be participating in the US Open in the open draw for wheelchair tennis, a fantastic achievement for young Ben. But none of this happens in a vacuum. This was about good people doing good things for their community and providing Ben with these opportunities. Ben is to be congratulated for the hard work, the sacrifice and the dedication that has placed him into a spot where he breathes rare air that most of us never even get to. But Jen needs to be congratulated too. She took an opportunity, she found a way, and she delivered for that young man so he can live out his dreams and we can cheer him on as proud Australians. Fred deserves congratulations for taking the time, expanding his knowledge so that he could give this young man an opportunity, and he's grabbed it with both hands. We wish Ben all the best from all of Leichhardt. We will be watching him very closely.
Order.
Congratulations to Ben. And
Order.
Congratulations to his team.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the divisions. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
Who have we got? Who's the continuation? We will continue with constituent statements, and I call the member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, specialised healthcare services in the Parkes electorate are hard to find, and when you need life-saving critical care, you need people around you that provide that care. That is exactly what Macquarie Homestay have been doing since 2019 for the people of regional New South Wales who need to travel to receive medical treatment in Dubbo. Regional people in Australia face significant disadvantages when it comes to healthcare. In fact, in 2024, Royal Flying Doctor Service report found that rural and remote residents are almost 3 times more likely to be hospitalised and 2.7 times more likely to die from potential avoidable causes compared to those in major cities. Added to the shock and stress of medical conditions is the need to travel long distances to find help. This comes with a significant expense for those who often are the ones who can least afford it. On Saturday night, I attended the Outback Hearts Masquerade Ball in Dubbo, an event that raises money for Macquarie Homestay. It was a great reminder of what an incredible service this is, providing safe, specifically designed accommodation at a very minimal cost. It's a service that has been realised by a lot of hard work and financial support from communities throughout regional New South Wales. A recent update from Macquarie Homestay stated that 20.9% of the people relying on their service come from the Walgett Shire, 17.7% from the Midwest Regional Council area, 14.9% from the Warrumbungle Shire, 14.7% from Cobar, 7.3% from Coonamble Shire, 6.9% from Burke, 3.1% from Parkes, 2.2% from Walgett, 1.4% from Gilgandra and the rest from throughout regional New South Wales. Many of these councils have contributed financially to support the growth of Macquarie Homestay. Deputy Speaker, that is why the Nationals committed $2 million at the last election for future expansions. Where the system lets down our regional people, the least we can do is support them with initiatives like this one. Unfortunately, the Albanese government did not see fit to match this commitment. They are failing in the delivery of healthcare, and now they're failing to support the organisations that make healthcare support possible for desperate families. Macquarie Homestay is meeting such a desperate need that it has to turn away between 3 and 14 families every single day. I repeat, up to 14 families every single day. Deputy Speaker, I commend and commit the hard work of the people behind Macquarie Homestay, the compassionate CEO, Mr Rod Crowfoot, and the incredible group of volunteer board members with the vision to serve the people most in need. This shows exactly what regional Australians are capable of, and we must support them to get their fair share. Thank you.
I call the member for Bennelong.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, working with Democracy Co, I hosted Bennelong in One Room, a deliberative democracy forum that brought participants from across Bennelong to discuss public policy. They were randomly selected, diverse in background, age and political views. This forum showed us democracy at its best, and I must truly thank locals for their participation and their time, and Emily Jenker and Emma Fletcher from Democracy Co for their expert facilitation. Across the 3 sessions, participants heard from experts, deliberated respectfully and produced thoughtful, practical ideas. It might seem unbelievable to people in this place, but together they sat around a table and found consensus. And at the end of the process, they presented a report, a thoughtful set of practical ideas about how we can tackle the energy transition in a way that works for our community. Their message was clear, Deputy Speaker. Bennelong supports the shift away from fossil fuels, but they want it done fairly and with equity at its heart. They identified priorities like electrifying homes and transport, improving access to solar batteries and electric vehicles, building community batteries, investing in better public and active transport, lifting building standards, increasing urban greening and creating a trusted local information hub. They also asked for 4 things from government: trust, integrity, accountability and action. This forum reinforced what I've been hearing in Bennelong for years. Locals want practical solutions, they want fairness and they want their government to deliver. just as Labor has delivered community batteries across the country, including in Bennelong. Federal Labor has also funded a $115 million bus depot with the state government in Macquarie Park, the first electric-only bus depot in New South Wales, and I've been working very closely with the New South Wales State Government to deliver new and better public transport routes across our city. The Minns Labor Government have improved strata laws, and I'll continue to advocate for more so that renters and apartment dwellers can access renewables and electrification. We've made home batteries cheaper, supported renters and apartment dwellers through solar banks and federal funding for solar for apartments. New vehicle efficiency standards are now in effect, and we've rolled out our Rewiring the Nation Fund to modernise our grid. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, what we are doing is working. Emissions are now almost 30% below 2005 levels, and renewable energy makes up more than 40% of the generation in our main grids. We are on target to meet our 2030 emissions reductions targets, and we're the only party of government with the ambition and the policy to achieve net zero. Thank you for all those who participated in this incredible forum. Thank them for their time.
I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on the 18th of August each year, our nation pauses to mark Vietnam Veterans Day, honouring the more than 60,000 Australians who served in that conflict and remembering the 500 who never came home and the 2,400 who were wounded. Veterans were not shown the respect they deserved on their return, but today we stand united in gratitude. On the Gold Coast, our veteran community remains strong, supported by local RSLs and service organisations. To all the Vietnam veterans and their families, we say thank you. Your courage, sacrifice and enduring legacy have strengthened our nation. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the delivery by the Crisafulli LNP Queensland Government of the $200 play-on vouchers for children aged 5 to 17. This practical support will provide real relief for families and help more young people get active in sport. Importantly, it also strengthens our grassroots community clubs that are the heartbeat of our local areas. Special mention to my state colleagues, Michael Crandon, Mark Boothman, Sam O'Connor and, of course, Premier David Crisafulli, the member for Broadwater, who continue to deliver for local families. Once again, it's the LNP supporting the next generation of Queenslanders to participate and thrive through sport. Deputy Speaker, one of the great strengths of our community is the Scouting movement, which teaches resilience, leadership and service to young Australians. Recently, I was pleased to support the Helensvale Scout Group at their Bunnings Sausage Sizzle fundraising event. Scouting gives young people confidence, outdoor skills and a strong sense of responsibility to others. These are qualities that last a lifetime. I commend the leaders, parents and volunteers who give so much of their time to ensure Scouting thrives on the Northern Gold Coast. Deputy Speaker, earlier this month I attended the Runaway Bay Little Athletics Open Day. This remarkable club has now been serving our local community for more than 45 years. With around 400 members last season, it continues to be a thriving hub of activity and opportunity for local athletes. I congratulate Centre Manager Renee Dole, Secretary Nikki and the entire committee for their dedication and leadership. Clubs like Runaway Bay Little Athletics are about more than sport. They're about belonging and building confidence of the next generation. They remain an aspiration for our Gold Coast community. And with 26 seconds to go, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to comment on the remarks of the member for Bennelong over there before, who has now rewritten history by claiming the reduction in carbon emissions that were actually achieved under the Abbott, Morrison and Turnbull governments. In fact, what's happened in the last 3 years? The emission reductions have flatlined. The big gains were made under coalition governments, and I urge Australians to see the facts on this.
The member's time has concluded. I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to report the Albanese Labor government is delivering around $5.8 million over 5 years for 6 organisations to provide emergency and food relief for struggling families and individuals in my electorate, including terrific local community organisations like Ipswich Assist, Leichhardt 1 Mile Community Centre, Riverview Community Centre, as well as bigger charities like Vinnie's. As well, we're providing $2.1 million over 5 years for 3 organisations helping people
in Ipswich to access financial counselling, including people facing financial hardship due to gambling. The Salvos, Each Ipswich, Women's Legal Service Queensland. I know many people in my electorate are doing it tough, and services like this are seeing a big increase in requests for assistance. That's why this funding will help families in Ipswich and individuals who may be facing hard choices, like between buying new school shoes or a grocery shop, or keeping the lights on or paying their phone bills. I visited one of the funding recipients' local charity just before the election to see firsthand their emergency relief work, which provides year-round assistance to people, including basic food staples, utility bills, rent assistance, pharmacy support and local op shop referrals. And just the other week I dropped into another grant recipient, Salvo's Money Care Ipswich Financial Services Counselling, who are doing a fantastic job supporting locals with debts, gambling problems and other financial issues, and the people after help dealing with their cost of living help. Combined with Labor's tax cuts, increased wages, cheaper medicines, cuts to student debt, increases in Commonwealth rent assistance and energy bill relief, this boost to emergency and food relief and financial wellbeing support is just another way the Albanese government is helping to address the cost of living challenge for people in my community and making sure no one's left behind. Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate the 14 community groups and sporting clubs who've received $100,000 in funding in total in the latest round of the government's Stronger Communities program. Now, charities got this funding, including sporting clubs, with individual grants ranging from $3,204 to $10,000. Local organisations' successful recipients include Ipswich Hospice, $10,000 to concrete brick paver paths, $10,000 to replace ageing shade sails at Ipswich Kindy and Milford Street, where I went to Kindy, $10,000 for energy efficiency LED lighting at North Ipswich Bowls Club in Ipswich. In the Greater Springfield area, they received a $10,000 grant for Vendata Centre's Ma Saradar Soup Kitchen in Springfield, and in Rosewood they received $10,000 for the Rosewood and District Community Kindergarten for new upgraded electrical appliances and equipment. This money also went to the Somerset region for local community organisations.
Thank you, members. And in accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business. Next order of the day. Governor-General's opening speech. Resumption of debate on the proposed address and reply.
I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I say I'm proud to stand here for a second term, and I believe I'm still the same Andrew who walked through these doors 3 years ago. My values have not changed. And while I learned a lot in my first term, the training wheels are off and my focus hasn't shifted. My priority remains squarely on the needs of the people of Dawson and the betterment of this great country. I want to take a moment to congratulate all the members in this House and the senators who have been elected to represent their communities. There is no greater honour than to be trusted by your community to represent their views and to fight for their needs in our nation's parliament. And while the election result didn't go the way I'd hoped, I'm 100% committed to working with whoever I need to in order to secure the support, resources, infrastructure and investment the people of Dawson need and deserve. I'm also humbled by my new appointment as a Shadow Assistant Minister for Manufacturing and Sovereign Capability. It's a role that couldn't be more fitting for the region I represent. Deputy Speaker, Dawson is a vast and vibrant electorate, and in my opinion, the best part of this entire country. It stretches from Mackay in the south to the southern suburbs of Townsville in the north. It includes the stunning Whitsundays, the communities of the Burdekin and my hometown of Bowen. In Dawson we grow, we build. We have miners, manufacturers, farmers, fishermen, tourism operators and even space pioneers. We're people with vision to take an idea from a concept to application, innovators and entrepreneurs. And we have everyday Aussies who just want to have a fair crack and enjoy their life. Behind wheat, sugar is Australia's second most exported crop, generating around $2 billion annually. A significant chunk of that comes straight from Dawson, being the largest sugarcane growing area in the country. How sweet it is. The sugar industry sustains thousands of jobs across Dawson, and the flow-on economic benefits to our communities are massive. But Deputy Speaker, sugar isn't just about the sweet stuff in your morning cuppa. Mackay Sugar Racecourse Mill runs a 38-megawatt cogeneration plant that turns sugarcane byproducts like bagasse into renewable electricity. This single facility supplies roughly 30% of Mackay's electricity and slashes greenhouse gas emissions by around 200,000 tonnes a year. Paget is an industrial estate in Mackay and the largest manufacturing hub in the Southern Hemisphere. It's also the service centre of the mining sector, just over the hill. Despite what this government says, this industry is vital to our country, creating thousands of jobs, directly and indirectly, and generating millions in royalties, which keeps our economy ticking. Without mining, our country stops. And at the opposite end of Paget, in South Townsville, Dawson boasts Wallaroo Group, one of the largest steel fabrication and engineering companies in Northern Australia. G'day, Bob. Dawson is also home to a major coal export terminal and 2 metal refineries. Well, for now anyway. Let's see how Labor goes with these. In our section of the Great Barrier Reef, we have 74 of the most gorgeous tropical islands in the world. Of course, I'm talking about the Whitsunday Islands. In Bowen and the surrounding regions, we have the largest production of vegetable crops throughout the winter months, worth approximately $650 million, generating roughly 1,500 full-time jobs, increasing to 2,000 more during the season. Our growers feed the nation. And we're also home to around 400 kilometres of the more notorious and deadly section of the Bruce Highway. By the way, Deputy Speaker, the last one I'm not terribly proud of. Deputy Speaker, time and time again, regional and rural Australia, regions like Dawson, get left behind under Labor. As I've just explained, we contribute so much, yet we receive so little. While North Queensland fuels the national economy and revenues flow to the cities, the returns we see in Dawson, well, to be frank, you'd be better off stuffing pineapples under your mattress. In Labor's last term, Dawson was all but ignored. Living standards went backwards. The cost of everything has spiralled. Farmers are being hit hard, and then they're being hit some more. Businesses have closed. People are having to choose between keeping heating and cooling or putting food in the fridge. The Bruce Highway is deteriorating further and faster, and essential services have become less accessible and affordable. Dawson deserves better. Deputy Speaker, over the past 3 years, the people of Dawson have spoken to me and they've shared their stories. Some of our elderly are more concerned about their grandchildren's future than they are their own current living conditions. Having been through tough times before, they know and understand what it means to tighten the belt. And what if the damage has gone too far, irreversible, for both the economy and the environment? This is why I will continue to fight for what I believe is just and fair, to get Dawson and rural and regional Australia its fair share. I'm extremely proud to have the AEIOU Centre come to fruition in South Townsville in my last term. This centre provides a vital service of education and care for children with autism. I'm also pleased to see the upgrade and expansion of VMR Whitsunday, a project I campaigned hard on, allowing this amazing team of volunteers to have a more creative and up-to-date operations centre so they can continue to keep our boaties safe on the water. For the 2025 election campaign, I pushed for a $5 million funding to go towards a Veterans Wellness Hub in Mackay. To have 4,000 veterans living in an area with no safe place to go or receive support is simply not good enough. I've also campaigned on funding to go towards Orange Sky in Mackay. Orange Sky is a service that operates washing machines and dryers for the homeless. Angel Paws in Townsville, a refuge for abandoned animals. And for many sporting clubs throughout the electorate, some of which are in dire need of the basics like toilets, change rooms, clubhouse builds and upgrades. Now that the Parliament has been sworn in, I've written to the Prime Minister and asked for these commitments to give bipartisan support and be honoured, so our families in our region can thrive. The government made a lot of big promises during the recent election campaign, and I intend to hold them to account. Labor told my constituents things would improve, that help was coming. They promised no cut to healthcare, yet the very first thing they did was slash the mental health session in half, from 20 to 10. No new taxes and only tax cuts. Well, we've all seen how that's been going. That the Bruce Highway would be fixed, boasting that the Labor government is the only government that will fix our Bruce. Let's see how that goes. More housing, easing of cost of living. We're living in a Labor-created cost of living crisis. Green energy would mean cheaper electricity. Well, even the CSIRO said that that's not right. We've all heard the promise over and over again of a reduction of $275 on our power bills. Never heard of that again. Deputy Speaker, Labor has cut the guts out of the NDIS with zero consultation and zero notice. These cuts are a huge impact on people living with mobility impairments in Dawson. Next, they want to slug Australians with a super tax on unrealised gains, which will hurt our farmers the most. Let me spell it out. How does this government expect a farmer to pay tax on income that they haven't even received? Money that's not in the bank and never was. What if there's a drought? What if prices fall or machineries break down? Farmers are already doing it tough. They don't need to be hit again. And where's the aspiration for our next generation just starting out? The rest of Labor's so-called promises are also on shaky ground. Back in January, Labor announced $7.2 billion for the Bruce Highway. It's now past mid-year, the wet season is fast approaching, and very little has been done. Meanwhile, the roads keep deteriorating, more potholes, more fatalities and more chaos. At the beginning of this year, Whitsunday Coast Airport was cut off 4 times. 4 separate times. And for days at a time. The Bruce was also cut at Plantation Creek between Home Hill and Ayr for over a week. And this is the only connection from north to south. A flooded Bruce disrupts the movement of goods and essential supplies, as well as the safe movement of our people. Every time the Bruce gets cut, our shelves run bare. The people of Dawson shouldn't have to live like that. Deputy Speaker, this is a critical national highway, not some back street hardly used. Labor's inaction impacting everyday living and costing lives is not good enough. I've campaigned to fix the Bruce, and I won't stop until we see some real investment, not just patch up jobs and empty announcements. On housing, Labor promised 1.2 million new homes in 5 years. This target is slipping further and further away. Treasury's own predictions now show that the government targets are not achievable. Treasury documents leaked to the media also show that the government faces a choice: raise taxes or rein in their wasteful spending. On the cost of living, prices are still going up on all of life's essential items. Australia is in a per capita recession. The only reason we haven't ticked the technical recession box is because of uncontrolled immigration. Now, let me be clear. Immigration is vital to our story as a nation, but without proper planning and without controlled immigration, the results are skyrocketing demand for housing, services and infrastructure, which are pushing prices up for Australians even further. And while other development countries are shoring up their energy security, Labor is pursuing a renewables-only fantasy. It's ideological and simply not practical. We are one of the most resource-rich countries on earth. There is no reason or excuse for our power bills to be among the highest in the world, and yet they are. Labor insists that wind and solar will solve everything and drive costs down. Well, that's just simply not happening. To cover some of the pain from previous unrealised promises that power prices would be $275 cheaper, Labor rolled out a $75 per quarter subsidy. These subsidies will come off at the end of this year. With prices still rising, this means that next year households will have to find at least another $300 on top of what they're already paying. And that's just to keep the lights on. I support a balanced energy mix. I support what's practical, affordable and reliable. Let's be clear, solar and wind is not a 24/7 solution. Wind and solar requires massive land use and infrastructure. And once again, our farmers are shouldering the burden of Labor's green obsession. In this term, I've been appointed to the Coalition's Energy Policy Working Group. I look forward to reviewing our national energy mix based on economic merit and reliability, not ideology. As the new Shadow Assistant Minister for Manufacturing and Sovereign Capability, I'll be fiercely promoting Australian-made manufacturing, backed by Aussie talent and resources. If COVID has taught us anything, it's that we need to be able to stand on our own 2 feet as a nation. We need to manufacture, build, grow and develop in our own right. And speaking of sovereign capabilities, Deputy Speaker, how about our very first Australian-made rocket, Eris-1, recently launched just north of Bowen? When I gave my maiden speech 3 years ago, I informed the House of 2 brothers, Adam and James Gilmore, who were on a mission to launch rockets with payloads of satellites into low Earth orbit. And although the first test flight did not make low Earth orbit, it did get off the ground for 14 seconds, I might add, and allowed the Gilmore team to gather valuable data, which will help lead to further launches in the future. Congratulations to Adam and James and the entire Gilmore space team. To the stars. Deputy Speaker, before I finish, I'd like to make mention of a few people who, without them, I wouldn't have the opportunity of this second term. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and thank my campaign team, Ian Shield, Ian Dean, Pauline Townsend, Marty Matheson, Jean McCubbin, Marilyn Wright, Amanda Hall, Mick Adam and Rosemary Mankins. And a shout out to a couple of young fellas, Rory and Nate, who did a great job handing out, setting up, data collection and staying up all hours of the night, setting up booths, early hours of the morning and just working like Trojans. Well done, young fellas, and we look forward to seeing where your career is going to go in years to come. I must also mention David Cooper, Laurie Nielsen, Sophie and Lawson Cam, Peter Byers, Chrissy Lando, Peter Hall, Trevor Townsend, John and Donna Carroll, and my countless volunteers who gave up their valuable time in one way or another. Whether it was setting up, packing down, letterbox dropping, making phone calls, standing out in the weather, or even just turning up with a cold drink for our volunteers, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, I'd like to thank my campaign manager and my wife Raylene and our children and their partners for their love and support and all their hard work through my campaign. And lastly, but certainly not least, I thank the people of Dawson for once again putting their faith in me, their trust in me to be their voice in this place, to fight for their needs. The honour of being a federal member is one that I do not take for granted, and I will continue to work hard for them and work collaboratively with any member of the House to advance the interests and the better living standards of the communities of Dawson. I extend an open invitation to all members of this place. Come and visit my region and see firsthand what my people provide for our nation and what is needed for them to continue to deliver and what they deserve. I promise you, come to Dawson, you will not be disappointed. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud to be part of this government, Albanese government, in this 48th Parliament. And I say so because it's number one, as we just heard the member say, it's an absolute honour to be elected to this place, regardless of what political party you're in, what your political views are. It's something that is just an honour, and there is no greater vocation than to have your peers elect you to this place is something that's very, very special. Deputy Speaker, this was my 10th election, so I've run 10 elections. My record's 7 out of 10, so it's not bad. First running in '98, then in 2001, missing out both times, just by a tiny, tiny margin, and then scraping through in 2004 as one of the most marginal seats in the country with 108 votes, and going on and winning in 7, 10, losing in 13, making a comeback in 16, again scraping through, and certainly 19, 22 and again 25. But regardless of what margin you win with, what the results are, I'm, as I said, immensely proud to represent the people of Adelaide, to be their voice, their conscience, and to ensure that we listen to the electorate, and I hear the electorate, and bring those views here to this Parliament. That's our number one role as members of the House of Representatives. And if you look at the title, it says House of Representatives. Representatives. We represent those people in our electorates. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm very honoured to be here again at the will of the electors in the seat of Adelaide. And as someone who's been a long-term supporter and defender of multiculturalism in this country, it's great to see the changes in this Parliament. And I'm delighted to be part of such a wonderful, diverse Parliament that has changed immensely from when I was first elected in this place. The electorate of Adelaide, which I'm very proud to serve, as I said, is a diverse community. And when I look around at this Parliament, it indeed reminds me of the community I am so very proud to serve and represent. And we're over 72,000 people, or perhaps around 36.8% of the population of my constituents were born overseas. It is a very diverse electorate, and I'm absolutely blessed every weekend attending, whether it be a Ethiopian Orthodox church service or a Hindu temple for a particular Indian event or Hindu event. So, Deputy Speaker, my family too were migrants, and when they came here in the 50s, I was born here. I was lucky enough to have been born here, and very blessed to have been born in this wonderful nation. But I know that my parents came here in 1954, worked in the lowest paid jobs, had no English command of the English language, no skills whatsoever, but they managed to actually make a life for themselves. And why did they do that? Because of the laws and legislation that were in place, the pillars of our democracy. And that's what we're here to do, to uphold those pillars, to give generations of Australians, whether they're migrants, whether they're second, third, fifth generations, the same opportunities that we had. And that's, I think, very important. And I'd like to thank the people of Adelaide for placing their trust in me to serve them in this 48th Federal Parliament, and I'm truly humbled and honoured to represent them here. Deputy Speaker, our Albanese government's getting to work straight away, and we've seen the legislation that's gone through this place the last sitting and again this sitting, delivering more help with cost of living. I think that's our number one issue at the moment for all of us. That cost of living is something that we just have to focus on and make it easier for those people that put us here. And more investment in the next generation, more support for working Australians. And I'm very pleased to say that every household in Adelaide and across Australia will see $150 taken off their power bills, while 3 million minimum and award wage workers are getting a 3.5% pay rise. Deputy Speaker, we've seen the strengthening of Medicare to protect the PBS, deliver generational reform to the aged care sector and secure the future of the NDIS. These are all very important legislation that's been brought to this place. Our legislation to reduce student debt, which will wipe 20% off every single student's HECS debt, saving an average of about $5,000. And I'm very pleased to say and honoured to represent the universities in my electorate, Adelaide University, University of South Australia, and now the merging of Flinders as well, which are all, will all be within my electorate. Many students that live in the electorate of Adelaide. Deputy Speaker, we're also investing in Australia's future in education and training. Eligible student, nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives will get paid during prac placements. And if you're training to be a tradie, to help build those homes that Australia needs, there will be support there as well. The superannuation guarantee is increasing from 11.5% to 12%, giving more security for Australians as they retire in their pension, in their older age, to be able to live with dignity. Deputy Speaker, working parents will now get 2 extra weeks of government-paid parental leave to be able to spend more time with their children, with their families, and for the first time will earn super while on government-paid parental leave, and that is a big step towards closing that gender retirement gap. Locally, in my electorate, we're also focused on growing our community and sporting clubs, as well as our multicultural groups, creating housing, focusing on the cost of living and important infrastructure matters around roads and transports, being a CBD seat with all the surrounding suburbs around the CBD. And I'm very proud to be part of this Labor government, which takes infrastructure very seriously. Of course, this is very important. Climate change and energy. Now, we know that climate change is something that we are absolutely committed to ensuring that we reduce emissions. In Labor's last term, we passed strong laws to make big polluters cut their emissions and committed to 82% renewable energy by 2030. So we're committed to net zero and embracing renewable energy, and we've already ticked off more than 87 renewable energy projects, enough to power more than 11 million homes. That's 11 million homes which will be powered by renewable energy projects, bringing down emissions and meeting our targets in the future. So it's very important as well that this government is also investing in the circular industries and the circular economy, with Australia's recycling capacity increased by more than 1.4 million tonnes a year to prevent more waste going into landfill. And in my electorate in Adelaide, in the suburb of Kilburn, that Deputy Speaker you'd be very familiar with, is a company based there in Kilburn, Recycling Plastics, and Australia's received Recycling Plastics Australia, they're called, sorry, and they've received 20 million Australian government funding through the Recycling Modernisation Fund, RMF Plastics Technology Stream, to install advanced polymer separation equipment, which will be able to recycle more plastics. They're already recycling thousands of tonnes. The project will expand RPA's existing operations, a hydrogen cleaning and purifying hot washing plant to be installed to process 14,300 tonnes per annum of problematic soft plastics to a purity level capable of making soft plastic packaging, and is described as the world's best advanced mechanical recycling of post-consumer soft plastics, replacing virgin resin in packaging. This is cutting-edge technology in one of the suburbs not far from the CBD, which will be, it's been already touted as world's best advanced mechanism for plastics, which will be no doubt exported into other countries in the very near future. The government is helping households, small businesses, community groups to bring down their energy bills with this cheaper home batteries program that was announced. And I'm pleased that South Australia has one of the highest uptakes already. And this will save households with existing rooftop solar up to $1,100 off their power bill every year, and those installing a new solar battery system could save up to $2,300 a year, up to 90% for a typical family's electricity bill. So this Albanese Labor government's fixing that by giving all Australians a proper leg up towards the cost of a battery that's around 30% or around $4,000 off the cost of a typical home battery. So as a South Australian and a proud South Australian, I'm delighted to see that 5 of the top 10 electorates in the country for take-up of cheaper home batteries program is in my electorate, Adelaide, and we're number 7. 5 of the top 10 electorates are in South Australia, and Adelaide is number 7 in the nation with 495 installations as of the 18th of August. I was very pleased to welcome Minister Bowen to the electorate recently to a forum to discuss this new program with constituents on the 5th of August earlier this month. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank a particular group who are doing some great projects in the electorate of Adelaide, Electrify Adelaide, who were there and spoke to people about the different projects that they can assist them with. Deputy Speaker, some of the great projects in my electorate that are taking place in infrastructure, and I said earlier that this Labor government takes infrastructure seriously. South Road in May this year, and in fact it was exactly the 5th of May, because I remember it was the Monday after the election, went out with Minister for Infrastructure, Transport in South Australia, Tom Koutsantonis, and we announced that the construction officially had commenced on the non-stop South Road project. The project will allow motorists to bypass 21 sets of traffic lights between River Torrens in the electorate of Adelaide and Darlington, saving up to 40 minutes of travel time in peak hour traffic. And the project will support approximately 5,500 jobs. So it's not just the infrastructure, it's the jobs that are created. 5,500 jobs per year during main construction, with 90% of labour hours to be undertaken by South Australians, which is a great thing for my electorate and for South Australia. And the government's also contributing $7.7 billion of the $15.4 billion, half the money funding for this project, with the other half coming from the South Australian Malinauskas Labor government. Another project, Marion Road and Sir Donald Bradman Drive, which is just very close to the airport. It gets congested, traffic, back-to-back, bumper-to-bumper. For years this has been going on. For years I've had constituents talk to me about it, and major works have commenced in May on the upgrade to Marion Road and Sir Donald Bradman Drive intersection. And I just have to make a correction. When I said the 5th of May, it wasn't for that particular project, it was for this project, because I remember it was 2 days after the federal election. But this, again, is $85 million, which has been jointly funded by the federal Labor government and the state Labor government. And again, more than 60,000 vehicles pass through there, through the corner of Sir Donald Bradman and Marion Road per day. It's a very busy intersection, and there's been 28 crashes at this intersection in the last few years, between 2018 and 2022. So not only do you fix up the bottleneck, but also avoid serious injuries, etc. And this upgrade will make the journey through this intersection safer and more reliable. And then we have Grange Road and Holbrooks Road, which it encompasses 3 suburbs, Flinders Park, Allenby Gardens and Hindmarsh as well. And at that it's a huge bottleneck as well, and there's $90 million going into that. And that project has started, forms part of the $850 million and package of broader network upgrades that are being undertaken as part of the River Torrens to Darlington project. These are all offshoots of that project. The intersection upgrades include 2 through lanes on all approaches, 2 dedicated right turn lanes for traffic going from Grange Road into Holbrooks Road and travelling south. And those people that live in and around there will know what this means for them, and it's certainly welcome, very welcome. Deputy Speaker, they're just some of the infrastructure projects. We've had Medicare urgent care clinics And there are 3 Medicare urgent care clinics in the Greater Adelaide, and thanks to this government, they're located close by in Oaklands Park, Royal Park, Para Hills, and following the election in May, there will soon be one in the Norwood St Peters area adjacent to my electorate, which is very close. I look forward to these clinics being established in the future, which takes the load off of our public hospitals. And that is the whole purpose of these Medicare clinics, that you have a place to go after hours, which bulk bill, so you don't have to line up in the hospitals, clogging up, serious injuries, etc., that need to go to the emergency services. So very important. We've also announced the thriving suburbs in my electorate. Very, very important, funding. And there's a contribution of Karkanga Reserve, $3.6 million, together with the City of West Torrens to upgrade community facilities. It's a reserve project which will be called Karkanga. There's an existing reserve there, the Keswick Reserve, and this will include upgrades also to the National Servicemen's Association building, which is housed there as well, and the former Child and Family Health Services building. So the new centre will be for a remembrance centre. It will replace the existing National Service Association building, and it will provide space for the NSA, and also house the Hilton RSL sub-branch and other service and veteran groups to connect. And the space will also be available for other community groups as residents use the programs, activities and the events. And we've got a great new community recreation facility at Cowandilla, the Western Youth Centre. The Western Youth Centre is a great organisation. Many sporting clubs are associated or are members of the Western Youth Centre, and it forms part of a number of everything from judo classes to kinder gym. And I'm very proud to say that as a child, I used to go to the Western Youth Centre. We used to have Boys Brigade. I don't know if anyone remembers Boys Brigade in those blue uniforms. When my kids grew up, they used the Western Youth Centre. They played tennis there. They went to kinder gym there, and now my grandchildren are there at kinder gym. So I'm very proud. I've seen the great work they do, and that's why we've contributed $7.53 million for this new facility. And I thank Mayor Michael Coxon and the City of West Torrens for their support and their efforts in making both these projects, both the Karkanga with the National Servicemen and this particular project, possible. And I've got to say, Mayor Michael Coxon's a true asset to our community that he represents. There's also the Unley Cultural Club through the Thriving Suburbs grants. We contributed $2.66 million towards the creation of a new cultural hub in an expansion of the existing Unley Museum, and the upgraded museum will provide for an increased and improved gallery space with the capability to feature national and regional exhibitions. And of course, Hutt Street Revitalisation Project, this is within the CBD. The government has contributed $7.32 million towards the City of Adelaide Hutt Street Revitalisation Project. The street is lined with cafes and restaurants and small businesses, and this will beautify the streets and bring more people into Hutt Street, making those businesses more viable. And I'd like to thank the Lord Mayor on this one, Dr Jane Lomax-Smith, for her efforts in helping this project come to fruition. There was also the Unley Swimming Pool, which has been electrified, which, not to confuse it with electrifying the water and causing damage, but basically their pumps and their energy that they used. There was an announcement from Chris Bowen during the campaign of $1.055 million from this government to electrify the entire swimming centre through the electrification project. And I'm very pleased with the Mayor of Unley to have announced that during the lead up to the election. Deputy Speaker, some of the other things that we've been working on, a great announcement that we made a few weeks ago with Adelaide United, the A-League football club in my electorate, and AIMS, which is a settlement services for refugees and migrant communities. In other words, they've partnered to be able to use the club with its players to help settle some of our newest arrivals. A lot of them gravitate towards the club and they feel like they're at home through the soccer or football that they play. because you can imagine being extremely a lonely time when you've arrived in a new country, and sport is a great facilitator in getting you into the community, whether it be football, cricket, whatever. And they've played a big role, Adelaide United, in partnering with AIMS. And earlier this month I was joined by the Honourable Emily Burke, Minister for Recreation and Sport, the former South Australian Minister for Multicultural Affairs and good friend Grace Portalesi, Catherine Scarth, who's the CEO of AIMS, and Nathan Cosmina, the CEO of Adelaide United, to announce this wonderful partnership and this wonderful foundation that will promote and assist new arrivals and people of refugee background to help settle into our communities, because it's important that we make them feel part of our community if we want people to integrate. Deputy Speaker, more than most sports, particularly football, the round ball game allows for the joiner of individual efforts through the foundation of shared passion, optimism, belief, commitment, and this ability of sport to create, connect and cement relationships explains the authenticity and nature of this great partnership between the club that champions the efforts of its young migrant players, and we've seen many players that have come through Adelaide United who are playing at the top level, Deputy Speaker. So thank you to everyone that assisted on the campaign, and I look forward to working hard for the federal seat of Adelaide over the next 3 years.
Thank the member. The questions to the address be agreed to. I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today in reply to the Governor-General's address. In doing so, I want to honour the people of Indi who've granted me the utmost privilege of representing them again in this parliament. Each time I rise, when the Speaker says the member for Indi has the call, I feel this responsibility deeply. It's a responsibility I don't take for granted. The people of Indi elected me first in 2019 and again in 2022, and again this year because they wanted their representative to act with respect, integrity and accountability to the community and to the nation. This is the Indi way of doing politics. The electorate of Indi covers a vast 29,000 square kilometres, and I travel right across this region. I meet people where they're at, in their hometowns, and I represent the unique needs of these diverse Indi communities. I listen to the challenges people are facing in their lives, the problems that they turn to their members of parliament to help solve. A key part of my job is to bring these voices to the federal parliament. But I don't use this platform just to describe problems. I work with my community to find solutions together and bring them to the parliament and to the government. And my work has a history of having local impact and national influence. The people of Indi demanded better transparency and integrity in our government. That's why I campaigned for a National Anti-Corruption Commission in my first term, a campaign that was won with the start of the National Anti-Corruption Commission 2 years ago. I'm proud of my work in the last parliament representing Indi as Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And this term, I can assure you that I will continue to advocate for the transparency of the National Anti-Corruption Commission's decision-making, because the work of integrity is never done. It's why I'll continue to champion the establishment of an independent whistleblower protection authority to provide real safeguards and provide support for those who take the personal risk of exposing corruption, of exposing misconduct. Without them, and without broader reforms to end things like pork barrelling and clamp down on the lobbyist free-for-all in Canberra, our integrity framework remains unfinished business. When the people of Indi told me they're struggling to purchase and rent homes, I campaigned for a fund to build the critical enabling infrastructure that builds the pipes, the poles, the pavements needed to open up housing supply. I was pleased to see the government adopt my policy under the Housing Support Program, but their commitment of $500,000 is just not enough. I will continue to advocate for this important investment and demand a fair share is allocated to regional Australia. When I heard Indi farmers tell me they wanted to take climate action but needed the support about how to do it, I successfully secured $76.4 million in the 23-24 federal budget to establish a network of Sustainable Agriculture Facilitators, or SAFs. This policy delivers tangible support for farmers to adopt climate-smart agricultural practices. My constituents tell me they want to access cleaner, cheaper energy. So in 2022 and again in 2023, I introduced a cheaper home batteries bill to include batteries in the small-scale renewable energy scheme. Home batteries help households and community groups take control of their energy and maximum benefit from their rooftop solar. Over time, we'll see this benefit extended to all consumers by reducing overall pressure on the grid. This election campaign, I was very pleased indeed to see the Labor government finally listen to me and take up this idea, right down to the very title of my bill. These are policies and laws that benefit the people of Indi, but they benefit the whole nation too. I'm the first to say that we haven't solved all of the problems. Significant challenges remain for my constituents: accessible and affordable healthcare, housing, childcare, aged care. The cost of living is still a challenge for so many households. Reliable and secure energy, especially as we continue to transition towards net zero, these are big challenges. But I'm confident that the cooperative, consultative and evidence-based work that I do with my community means that we can bring solutions to address these very big challenges. Access to healthcare is one of the biggest issues right across the electorate. This election campaign was no different to any other that I've participated in. From Corryong and Wodonga in the north of Indi through to Alexandra and Kinglake in the south, I heard time and time again the need for better investment in our healthcare in the regions. Regional Australians have poorer health and die younger than metropolitan Australians. That's a fact, and it's simply unacceptable that in 2025 rural Australians continue to suffer poorer health outcomes because of their postcode. One of the biggest concerns I hear from the people in the north of my electorate is the desperate need for a greenfield single-site hospital on the border in Albury-Wodonga. Albury-Wodonga Health is the largest health service between Sydney and Melbourne. It's the only cross-border health service in the country, and it's stretched across 2 separate hospital campuses. As the border region grows, so too does the need to increase our access to high-quality healthcare close to home. I'm committed to working constructively with all levels of government, the Victorian and New South Wales governments, the Commonwealth Government, and to come together. We need to come together and collaborate on this project. In the last Parliament, I brought the Wodonga and Albury mayors to Canberra for a meeting with both the Assistant Minister for Rural and Regional Health and also with the Federal Minister for Health to make the case for federal funding for a greenfield hospital. I handed the Prime Minister a letter signed by more than 200 doctors, 200 from the Albury-Wodonga region, explaining the duplication of services across the border as inefficient, inadequate and unsafe. The community is calling for a greenfield hospital. Doctors and health professionals are calling for a greenfield hospital, and I'm joining them in this call. In this Parliament, I will keep fighting for a single-site hospital at Albury-Wodonga. I've done the work to make it possible for the Commonwealth to come to the table on this. During the recent election, I campaigned for a $2 billion Building Rural Hospitals Infrastructure Fund. I had my policy reviewed and costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office. The Commonwealth Government funds hospital infrastructure. This is a fact. The problem is it's just not done transparently, fairly, equitably. Recently, the government announced $200 million as an election commitment for infrastructure for a Perth hospital. Yet, a letter from Minister Butler to the Victorian and New South Wales health ministers who were requesting federal funding for Albury-Wodonga Health said there were no current Australian government grant opportunities available to support public hospital infrastructure development at Albury-Wodonga Health. Think about that. My Building Rural Hospitals Fund would provide hospitals like Albury-Wodonga Health and small regional health services like those in Bright, in Mansfield, in Alexandra, with a fair, with a transparent and a competitive opportunity to apply for the funding they need. Our rural health infrastructure is falling behind our metropolitan counterparts, and rural Australians are paying the price with their lives. That is why I've done the work for the government here to close the gap on healthcare outcomes in the bush. But it's not just infrastructure that Indi's healthcare system needs. As a former nurse and midwife and then rural health researcher, I know just how critically important it is to have an exceptional health workforce. Doctors, nurses, psychologists, all of the allied health professions in the regions. In Indi, we don't have enough health professionals to care for the needs of our community. During the election, I consistently heard about long wait lists to see health professionals, people spending too much and travelling too far to access necessary health care. We need to do everything we can to support the growth of our healthcare workforce, and nowhere more than in rural, regional and remote Australia. We know that students who live and train in rural and regional Australia are more likely to stay and practice in rural, regional and remote Australia. But we must do more to support them to do so. While undertaking mandatory clinical placements, many students report significant hardship, including loss of income, housing insecurity, having to pay double rents. Some simply can't afford to do this and are forced to stop their studies. What a waste. I welcome the government introducing the Commonwealth Prac Payment Scheme for Australians studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work. This is good, to get the support they need while on practical placement. However, and it's a big however, this policy leaves behind students studying medicine and all of the other allied health professions. In this Parliament, I will continue to put pressure on the government to extend practical placements payments to include students studying medicine and the allied health degrees. We are in dire need of excellent health professionals in rural Australia. It's our responsibility to act and help them get their degrees and provide the services we so desperately need. Deputy Speaker, my constituents in Indi care deeply about our natural environment. I often hear that the natural beauty of our region is one of the reasons why people move here. My constituents tell me they love to explore the bushland, the mountains and rivers so close to where we call home. They also care deeply about the preservation and regeneration of Indi's natural spaces and unique flora and fauna. This includes the magnificent snow gums in the alpine high country, covered in snow right now, grass tree orchards in the Warrabee Ranges and the native orchids in the Chiltern Mount Pilot National Park. These are loved, these are visited, these are cared for by local people. My constituents first sent me to this place in 2019 to protect our beautiful and unique natural environment, and they've re-elected me twice more to push for stronger action on climate change, to care for our precious environment and for ourselves. We need to strengthen our environmental laws, and I'll continue to call for comprehensive reforms in the 48th Parliament, including the inclusion of communities in decision-making, not just businesses and environmental groups. It is important that the public has a clear line of sight on all environmental decisions, like whether the large-scale renewable energy or fossil fuel projects should be approved. We need to make laws that lock in transparency, and we can't leave that to chance, or worse, vested interests and lobbyists. I'll keep fighting for this. I'll keep fighting for this hard in the 48th Parliament. Reforms like these are critical as we transition to renewable energy, a goal I support. But I'm concerned at the damage done to regional communities from poor consultation and bad behaviour, frankly, of some renewable energy companies. Communities deserve to be engaged early and meaningfully in the development of energy projects happening in their area, and right now this is not consistently happening. In 2023, I took my concerns to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy to set up an independent community engagement review, and I was very, very happy to work with Senator Pocock on this endeavour. This review, undertaken by former Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner Andrew Dyer, made 9 recommendations to improve community engagement and consultation on renewable energy projects. I successfully argued for some of these recommendations to be funded in the 2024-25 federal budget, and I will continue to advocate for the people of Indi in ways that are appropriate as their federal member to work to improve the systems for all regional Australia and to also ensure regional communities meaningfully benefit, long-term legacy and regional development from their renewable energy transition. Like their renewable energy plans, if the government fail to take a strong regional lens to their housing plans, they'll be failing our growing regions. We experience the housing crisis just like those in the cities, and for too many people in my electorate, finding an affordable home or secure rental feels like a complete impossibility. This is why the Housing Australia Future Fund and similar investment programs delivered through Housing Australia must guarantee funding for regional communities. We represent 30% of the population, so we should receive 30% of housing funding, and I will continue to prosecute the case for this. Addressing the housing crisis will require sustained commitment from all levels of government, not for a single year, not for a single election cycle, but over many years and many election cycles. This government has taken important first steps with investments in social and affordable housing, critical enabling infrastructure and planning reform at the state and local level. But the work cannot stop there. Australians will expect results over the next 3 years, and so will I. During the recent election, I highlighted that while the government has conducted significant work to address the affordability of early childhood education and care, the major issues in my electorate relate to accessibility. We know that childcare deserts exist right across regional Australia, occurring at more than double the rate of major cities. Yeah, double the rate. In North East Victoria, there are 3 children for every childcare place. And this means that many children miss out on all the benefits of childcare, and parents are unable to work to their full capacity, meaning that our whole community misses out on their skills. I'm working with communities in my electorate to prepare for the Building Early Education Fund, or the BEEF, which, if delivered well, can make a meaningful difference in childcare deserts like those in my electorate. But frankly, this fund is too small and more funding will be needed to meaningfully increase availability across regional and outer urban Australia. Like long day care, outside school hours care is another key pillar of education in small rural communities. That's why, in mid-2024, I fought hard for 8 local providers when they had long-term government funding withdrawn under the Community Childcare Fund. These providers are the only services in their areas and are mostly based out of small rural primary schools. The funding cut meant some services were at risk of closing. Last year, hundreds of providers across Australia were found in need of this funding, but the funding pool was just too small. During the election campaign, I argued that this could be solved if the Community Childcare Fund was a demand-driven grant, not a competitive grant. If we want young families to come and stay in the regions and grow our communities, we must have available childcare. Thriving communities also, Deputy Speaker, rely on reliable internet and phone connections to run businesses and healthcare services and simply stay connected when there's an emergency. In the election, I put forward a costed policy to ensure all mobile phone towers in areas of high fire and disaster risk are equipped with battery backup. This is crucial because when mobile phone towers and internet systems fail, entire towns can become cut off, and during emergencies like fires or floods, it can cost lives. By requiring all towers in high-risk areas to have at least 24 hours backup, we will increase our resilience and keep businesses and communities online even when the power goes out. I hear from my constituents and Indi's 9 local governments about how our roads are disintegrating before our very eyes and we simply do not have the funding to fix them. To solve this, I want to see the return of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program. This program provided untied funding for local government to invest in the maintenance and upgrades of their local roads, of which they have thousands of kilometres to look after. Through my work as a member of the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, I know that untied funding is vital for small rural councils. The 9 local governments in my electorate frequently raise the need to reinstate this funding, and I am glad to support them, and this government should do this. I was pleased to see the Coalition make the same commitment during the election, and now I call on the government step up to the plate and do the same. Deputy Speaker, this 48th Parliament is a big opportunity for this place to come together and solve some of the big problems that Australians face. And I want to be clear that I come into this Parliament with the spirit of collaboration, with the spirit of bringing solutions to difficult problems, and with the community of Indi firmly in my mind every time I stand to speak in this place.
And I thank the member for Indi for her contribution. The question before the Federation Chamber is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Dissents.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The last election campaign feels like a long time ago now, but I don't think it would be hyperbole to say in our particular campaign in Wills that was probably one of the most difficult campaigns, probably remarkable in some respects. In recent history, in recent Australian political history, it was a tough campaign, I think is the best way to put it. And on that, I do want to thank a number of people who made such an amazing and remarkable commitment to such a tough campaign. And all the Labor members, all of my staff, obviously all of the supporters, all the people who were part of that Wills campaign, I want to pay a really deep thank you, say a really strong thank you to them for everything they did. They should take great pride in the effort that they made, the commitment, the passion, the belief that they kept, and we did it together. When a lot of people wrote us off with respect to us winning Wills or getting re-elected in Wills, there were people who kept the belief. They were true believers in many respects. So we did it against the odds, Deputy Speaker, and we did it in the face of probably what would be considered a barrage of sometimes seemingly insurmountable obstacles, but we prevailed together because of those people who were so committed. And I say thank you to each and every one of you because you never gave up and you never took a backward step. You never ever stopped working for Wills and for us to be able to represent the people of Wills and work for Wills. There's a lot of people to thank. But they know who they are, and I'll come to some of the individuals in a moment. But one of the key themes, I think, in the campaign, particularly at the national level, all the way at the top, Deputy Speaker, was the theme of kindness. Kindness and compassion and respect. These are important values, and they were articulated regularly by our Prime Minister during the campaign, before the campaign, at key moments. And part of the respect part of it was, there was this culture war and debate about the acknowledgement to country, but the acknowledgement to First Nations people is a profound mark of respect. And because of the work we do in this nation, we seek a more perfect union of Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians across what is an ancient land. And that respect is important. The work we do as a Labor government, Deputy Speaker, for the peoples of Australia right across this continent, whether it's to uplift First Nations peoples and whose ancestors we know have been here for over 60,000 years, or support for newly arrived Australians who have been here for 60 days. It's about giving every single Australian an opportunity to fulfil their potential. Now, all of the volunteers, all of the staff, all of the Labor members and Labor supporters who worked on that campaign, I think understood the core of that, which is that we are here, and we have a special privilege being here as members of Parliament, to try and uplift the people that we represent, to give them a better life. And of course you can't do that unless you win elections and get re-elected. And it is the work of those volunteers and those people, those supporters, who make amazing victories happen. They dedicate weeks, they dedicate months, years to victory, to winning. And they do it in the smallest possible ways, but in the most important possible ways. Door knocking, calling on phones, phone banking, putting up signs and call flutes in front of front yards across the electorate. They work at pre-poll, which was brutal over 2 weeks, standing there from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, and they work on election day as well. They are what makes our democracy tick, and I think all the members of parliament, whatever their political stripes, whether they be from whatever party or independent, understand the core of that. The work that these people do, the commitment they make, is the guts of our democracy. It's what makes it tick as well. We did a lot of door knocking. We did a lot of calling of people, tens of thousands of people over that period of time in engaging with our community. But as I said, it was a tough campaign, Deputy Speaker, and we faced what were very significant obstacles over a long period of time. There was a redistribution, which we can't fault the AEC. They're independent from us. They do their thing, but that cut the margin by 5 or 6% in my electorate. We had a very strong campaign that we faced with the Greens political party throwing pretty much everything at us, including lots of money and resources, and a full-time candidate for over a year. But I wanted to just touch on something that, and that's all normal, that's fine. I wanted to touch on something that wasn't fine, that wasn't acceptable, and that is the violence and intimidation that we experienced and many of the volunteers and supporters and staff experienced. Threats against staff that were made at the pre-poll, including death threats, threats made against volunteers, that's not normal. That's not acceptable and should never ever be acceptable in our democracy. Physical violence of that nature, harassment, absolutely unacceptable. Every person in this country has a right to participate in our democratic processes freely and without risk of violence or intimidation of that sort, because that is, I think, fundamental to our democracy as well. Our democracy is built on the idea that we resolve our disagreements through debate, through voting, not at the end of a sword. And I think the length of the table in the other place is the length of a sword, or longer than a sword, so that you can't reach over and do harm to your political opponent. That right to protest, though, is something that I've publicly stated again and again is also a fundamental democratic principle and a democratic right of every Australian citizen. Every Australian has a right to freely express their views in public protest, and we should always support that 100%. And that's what I've tried to do. But I think it's important to note that with that great privilege in our democracy comes obligation as well, that people don't cross a line into attacking someone because of their ethnicity or their faith or their gender or their sexuality or whatever attribute. They don't personalise it in that respect. But they can be free to express any view that they want, and we can be free to disagree. And it's navigating that difference that I think makes our democracy work. And it's not just here in this place. I mean, this is the pointy end of where we navigate difference in robust debate, but it's in every day within our societies, within our communities, where people can find a way to get through their differences and navigate those differences without resorting to attacking someone else because of who they are. Now, I would like to say that our campaign, and I can speak for the many people that volunteered and were part of that, rose above some of these petty hatreds and what we experienced. And I again wanted to thank the people for being able to conduct themselves with such grace and with respect in the face of such unacceptable behaviour. I mean, it is not right for my staff to be subjected to attacks, physical attacks, where they had to be basically escorted by police out of their own electorate office. These are young people, men and women, who are working every day to help people have a better life, as most MPs would understand. The work that we do is to help people with their visas or with NDIS or with Centrelink or whatever it might be. They're helping people. They don't deserve to be spat at or surrounded by a mob and have to have a police escort to leave their own office. They don't deserve to arrive at an office to have a chemical fume that was drilled into the back of that office by activists the night before, so that they had to evacuate for 6 to 8 weeks from our electorate office while a hazmat team came to sort it out. They don't deserve that. You know, I don't think any of us, I would say also as MPs, should not be subjected to this kind of hate speech and so on, but I want to really emphasise that our staff should not be subjected to that, nor should our volunteers be subjected to that. Ultimately, one can make point. I make the point, it's subjective, but I think the voters rejected these disgusting tactics. And this goes to even those people who didn't vote for us. So many people that I spoke to who said, well, Peter, we like you, but I'm voting for the Libs or I'm voting for the Greens, but we think what's happening is disgusting. And I appreciated those people speaking to me in that way. So this is not a question about whether you agree with the politics or the party or whatever. It's a question about what kind of society you want to live in and what you think is acceptable. And there were many, many good people who did not vote for me, who I represent, who made the point to me that they didn't accept what was going on. And I thank them for talking to me about that. I think the other point I wanted to make was, and I would hope that the results there in overcoming some of what we faced kind of sends a message too that this kind of campaigning style doesn't work, and it's not a blueprint for success, it's a blueprint for failure and condemnation. I think that I hope that message is heard. Now, when you get re-elected, Deputy Speaker, obviously you have a lot of commitments that you make, and it is all about being able to deliver. And one of the main things that I was talking about during the campaign was the fact that being a member of a Labor Party or a party of government in Labor, where we can form government, we can actually deliver on the commitments that we make to the community. And we made some incredibly important commitments for the next 3 years. That will make a difference to the lives of the people in Wills, in the electorate that I represent. And it shows also the power of being able to form government and to be able to deliver for Australians. I'm very excited about the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, the brand new one that's going to be set up in Coburg. Expressions of interest just opened the other day for sites. And that clinic's going to take pressure off a lot of people who are going to emergency wards in hospitals, or take pressure off the public hospital systems, emergency departments, by treating locals for urgent but non-life-threatening issues like cuts, burns and breaks and so on. Now, we've all been in that situation where you've got a loved one where you needed a GP but you need less than an emergency department. So you needed more than a GP and less than an emergency department, and this is the gap that the clinic will fill. I also was very pleased to be able to commit $4.5 million for upgrades to Fawkner netball courts. Now, that sounds like it's a lot of money for sports, but I can tell you that community, the Fawkner Netball Club, which has grown over the last couple of years, and I've been there for the journey with Grace and Jade and everyone there, they have built something quite special. They've brought girls in, and boys, but mainly girls, from so many diverse communities to play netball, to be part of something, to be part of a community. It's a club, it's a sporting club, yes, but it's somewhere where you go and there's a lot of love there and there's a lot of community there, and it's so important for young people to be able to be physically fit and healthy and all the rest of it and play sport, but it's so important for their mental health, to have those social connections. In so many places in our society too where there's less and less of that, less people are going to mosques or churches or temples or whatever, or less people are volunteering, or less people are involved in Rotary clubs. Sporting clubs are still that kind of bastion of having that community spirit in place, and that's going to make a big difference to the entire team there at Fawkner Netball Club. I also was very excited to announce $3.7 million for the linear parklands in North Carlton, North Fitzroy and Princess Hill. And as soon as Princess Hill and the redistribution became part of my electorate, the Yarra City councillors, Councillor Ken Gomez and others, were on to me straight away about how desperately they needed upgrades to linear park, and I was thrilled to announce that funding at a community meeting in April. But our commitments for my electorate don't just stop there. We're delivering $3.3 million for the Gillen Oval redevelopment, and that is an important one because John Curtin, our great Prime Minister John Curtin, actually played footy for the Brunswick Footy Club at that oval. He sat up in the stands there when he was a member of the selection committee for the cricket club, the Brunswick Cricket Club. So it's a very famous and historically important place, but also that upgrade is desperately needed for all of the sporting clubs that there, the boys and girls and the seniors that play there, and again that brings that sense of community. We supported lots of local community groups as well. Funding for the environment, Deputy Speaker, so important. The $1.9 million for Merry Creek, which is the border of my electorate. Thankfully the AEC didn't change that one. It's still there. They can't change the course of the Merry Creek that much. It's there and it's a natural feature, but so important so that future generations can see and enjoy the local flora and fauna along Merri Creek. I've always said, I think the best thing about being, and the most important part of being a Member of Parliament, is serving the community, and service being the number one kind of objective of what we do, serving the people that you represent and making a difference to their lives. And that's why I'm so excited to be part of this second-term Albanese Labor government. The Prime Minister talked a lot about kindness, and if we can keep that as our guiding star in this second term, where we look at all the policies that we're developing and we're trying to debate them and all the rest of it, that's great. We'll go through and hopefully improve them through the parliamentary processes. But kindness and compassion for others being central to what we're about and why we're doing what we're doing. The kindness in the sense of being able to help people who are vulnerable, the kindness of helping those who struggle and can't help themselves, the kindness to those who just need a little bit of a helping hand, the kindness to those, to give them the pathway or the guide path, the guidance to fulfil their potential. These are, I think, the way that these values can be so instrumental in the work that we do. So whether it's getting people into homes, in housing, whether it's cutting the HEC step by 20%, whether it's tackling the climate crisis, whether it's making GP visits free, you know, what does that stem from? It stems from our desire to help people and demonstrate some compassion and kindness in what we do and why we do it to their lives. There's going to be a lot of work to do in the next 3 years, Deputy Speaker, for me personally to reconnect with the communities that I represent and the new communities that I now represent, to build connection with those new communities as well, to battle those intergenerational challenges that people face. But I'm up for the challenge, and I know my team is up for the challenge. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, it is a great privilege to be sworn in and be made appointed as Assistant Minister for Defence. I was reminded by my 10-year-old daughter my place in the pecking order when she said, what was your first trip like? And I said, I went to Base Pearce in WA, which is like Top Gun, where we train our fighter jet pilots. And she said, oh, yeah. She wasn't convinced by this, by the way, Deputy Speaker. She said, oh, yeah, that's interesting. And I tried to impress her further. And I said, well, I got to go on the PM's plane. And when I walked down the tarmac, you know, all the military saluted me. And she's like, why did they do that? I said, oh, they've got to salute protocol. They've got to salute the Minister for Defence. And she said, settle down, Dad. You're just an assistant minister. So she put me in my place. But it is an important responsibility, a real privilege to do this work in defending our national interests and our national security and our way of life, and supporting the Australian Defence Forces in the work that they do. And I'm particularly keen and excited to be working on things like humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. I've already started to do that work as well. So noting that our place in the world and Australia's role in the world and the responsibility that we have to make our contribution to the security and the stability of the Indo-Pacific, because from that security and stability is where our prosperity flows as a trading nation. And the ADF play an instrumentally important role in ensuring that stability and security in our region, and in maintaining that rules-based order, which includes adherence to international law and human rights. So the work that our men and women do in uniform, the humanitarian assistance they provide, the security work that they do, the defence of our nation and our interests is of such critical importance, particularly in such a volatile period that we're facing. But they're up to the task, and it's our responsibility to provide them with the capabilities and the assets they need to do their work. Deputy Speaker, there's a great movie, in conclusion, called The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. Some of you might have seen it, who are over maybe 50, well, 40 maybe. Great film. And my little kids also said to me, he's like...
you don't reflect on the chair.
No, not on you, Deputy Speaker. But I tried to show this to my kids, 12 and 10. And one of my daughters said to me as well, she said, oh, do the good always win? Because sometimes the bad win in life. I said, that's true, sometimes a bad win. But you know what? If you stick to your principles, if you stand fast to what you really believe in, and you work hard and you express that compassion and kindness in everything you do, and help others, more often than not, the good will win. And I think that's very true. Thank you very much.
And I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet for this parliament, the Ngunnawal people, which is, of course, part of the electorate that I am so proud to represent in this place. And I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. And it was particularly moving to see Aunty Violet Sheridan do the welcome to country for the opening of Parliament this term. And, you know, as someone I know and am often with at events, it was really wonderful to see her have that honour this time. We share this continent with the world's oldest continuing culture, more than 60,000 years of custodianship and of deep connection to country, land that always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Canberra, of course, comes from a word meaning meeting place, a fitting description for a place which for millennia has brought together Indigenous nations and today brings together representatives in our democracy. I was born here and raised in Canberra, and it is an immense privilege to have been re-elected by my community to represent them in the 48th Parliament. On the 3rd of May, Canberrans once again rejected the politics of hate and division. They rejected fear campaigns. They rejected relentless attacks on public servants. And they rejected the tired, cynical attempts to diminish this city. As a proud Canberran, I was heartened to see the rest of the nation reject those attacks too, resoundingly, and to see my Labor team and my Prime Minister defend our city and the hard-working people that live here, not just here in our city, but in the national conversation. Canberra is a special place. We have 5 university campuses in my electorate. The federal government is a major employer. We have an incredible small business community that makes our city the vibrant and wonderful place that it is. For many years, Canberrans have punched above our weight on the national and international stage. And I want to, for a minute, focus on the public service. The men and women who make up our APS are dedicated, hard-working, professional people. The work of the APS is the solid foundation that we use to build the future prosperity of the nation. It is work that confronts the challenges we face as a nation, from climate change to healthcare to infrastructure to social security. It requires long and tiring work hours, attention to detail, and a deep understanding of what Australia and Australians need as a nation and as a people. As the term suggests, these people are servants of the public. They are people whose motivation to go to work every day is the national interest. And that is something that, as a Canberran, I have a deep respect for. Canberrans know more than probably most the value of an empowered APS in delivering the policy outcomes that create a better future for all Australians and are a key part of a well-functioning democracy. I saw it in my father's career in the public service, and I was fortunate that he taught me about the principles of frank and fearless advice and how important that was to getting the best policy outcomes for Australia. In my own career, including as a public servant in Treasury, I was also able to see that work firsthand and work with some of the most professional and dedicated people that I will ever have the privilege to work with. And that is why it is so enraging to see the politics of Canberra bashing wielded by those opposite. While in office, those opposite gutted the APS in what could only be seen as an attitude of contempt for those who work in it. We saw huge amounts of outsourcing, arbitrary employment caps designed for political point scoring, wage freezes and speeches by the former Prime Minister which completely misunderstood the purpose and mission of the APS, or more likely misrepresented what he knew was the hard-working and really important role that they played, as anyone who has served as a minister or, of course, Prime Minister would know from working directly with those people. When Labor returned to power in 2022, we set about rebuilding a greatly diminished APS, and the response of those opposite was as expected. Through the last term, we saw Trumpian attacks on public servants culminating in the election threat to sack 41,000 Canberra-based public servants and end flexible work. Thankfully, Australians understood the dire consequences that would have not just for those who lost their jobs, but also for the services that Australians rely on. And I hope that we see from that election result and the fact that our government openly rejected this, I hope we can move on from this cheap politics of Canberra bashing that had no basis in actual outcomes for the Australian people, but on a cheap political idea that attacking our city is popular elsewhere. So I hope that we can put that to bed and move on from it, because I've been incredibly proud of the way our Prime Minister and our government and my ACT colleague Katie Gallagher, Senator Katie Gallagher, who has ministerial responsibility for the APS, have stood up to defend those hardworking people. On the 3rd of May, Australians voted for a government that over the past 3 years had delivered stability, decency and vision. A government that understands the lives, hopes and needs of everyday Australians. Australians told us clearly what they wanted to see: help with the cost of living, serious action on climate change, action on housing so more people can have a roof over their head and own their own homes, free healthcare and affordable medicines, cheaper early childhood education and care and fully funded public schools, a fairer deal on student debt, Australia's global reputation restored, to earn more and keep more of what they earn. The Albanese Labor government delivered on these priorities and will continue to deliver for the Australian people in the 48th Parliament. Deputy Speaker, we are lucky to live in Australia. Our democracy is robust, our elections are fair, and our independent Australian Electoral Commission is one of the best in the world. We should be immensely proud of the system that we have built, a system that delivers stability, integrity and a voice for every citizen. Our elections are well run, transparent and trusted, a credit to the professionalism of the AEC. Of course, no system is perfect and there are always improvements that can be made, but the 2025 federal election once again showed why Australia's democracy is among the strongest and most inclusive in the world. Our system of compulsory and preferential voting is unique and powerful. It ensures broad participation and real representation when we must never allow it to be undermined. I should say, while my Labor values are fundamentally part of who I am and will always motivate me, my first love is democracy. And my first political lesson from my mother was that you should never take for granted your right to vote. And we continue to see people around the world dying for that very right. So I think that it is something that we must cherish and always take the opportunity to engage in as much as we can. When I'm out talking to Canberrans and campaigning, I'd rather hear someone say to me that they are supporting someone else or want to see me or my party doing something differently than when they express a total disinterest or disengagement with politics, because it is so important that we stay engaged in order to maintain that strong democracy. And I'm particularly pleased to and looking forward to serving on the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters in this 48th Parliament and to do my part in protecting and strengthening our democracy for future elections. My own re-election campaign here in Canberra was a massive grassroots effort, as it always is. Our campaign team was made up of committed volunteers, mostly from the Labor Party members, who did everything from erecting roadside call flutes to door knocking to booth kit assembly to standing on pre-poll for countless hours, always with a smile on their face. And I really want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for their efforts. I'm always hesitant to start naming people because you will leave someone off, and there are even many people who I probably didn't actually see the work that they were doing behind the scenes that put in countless hours doing things like putting the signs out at night. But I particularly want to thank a few volunteers who showed up to pretty much every door knock across almost all of the suburbs in my electorate. And that's Oksana Melink, Anne Bailey, Julia Rain, and I also want to acknowledge Janaline O, Labor's formidable second Senate candidate, who was door knocking at not only all of my door knocks but also those for our other ACT candidates. Her commitment to our cause was an inspiration, and I'm so grateful for the time that she gave to my campaign. With over 32 booths on polling day, it took essentially an army of volunteers to man those booths and spread the Labor message. I want to thank everyone that helped out on that day, particularly the booth captains, of whom there are far too many to name. And I particularly want to thank my core team, Hamish, Radmilla, Grace, Andrew, India, and my volunteer Fran and Karen, who came out of retirement to help out on the election campaign, and Tina, who always takes time off work to come and volunteer in the lead up to polling day. I couldn't do it without you guys. You were absolutely amazing, and I'm very lucky to have such a wonderful team around me. I also want to thank the Labor Environmental Action Network for the faith they placed in me as naming me as one of their lean champions in recognition of the importance of having people within our Labor caucus speaking up on environment and climate matters. It was really helpful to me and our ACT region lean team for their grassroots campaigning they did for me, as well as the national efforts around that. Campaigns are run by people, but they also require money, and I want to thank the many Canberrans and Labor Party members who donated generously to my campaign. I'm very grateful. To my community who put their faith in me at the ballot box, I will not let you down, and I pledge to work every day to represent you as best I can in this place. Thank you for placing your trust in me. And for those who didn't support me at the election, I want you to know that I am equally here to listen to you and understand the changes that you want to see, and also to represent you in this place. Even before this Parliament convened, key policy changes began from 1 July. Paid parental leave was extended to 24 weeks, with superannuation now paid on that leave. This is something that will make a huge difference for so many families around Australia. Also, from the 1st of July, every household and business began receiving energy bill relief. We slashed the price of home batteries to help lower household emissions and energy bills at the same time. Apprentice tradies who will be building Australia's homes became eligible for a $10,000 bonus. An extra $1.8 billion flowed into hospitals, including here in Canberra. Paid prac placements began for nursing, teaching, social work and midwifery students. The superannuation guarantee increased to 12%, and millions of minimum wage and award wage workers got a 3.5% pay rise. True Labor reforms to improve the lives of Australians. Deputy Speaker, the mission of Labor governments has always been one of fairness, of a society where, as the Prime Minister says, no one is held back and no one is left behind. We are the party that created and will always strengthen Medicare. We are the party that stands up for our environment and for climate justice. And we are the party that established the NDIS and paid parental leave. And we will continue to deliver on these things in this term. I now want to turn to some of the issues that my constituents have been raising most with me since the election and in the lead up to the election. I want to begin by speaking about the situation in the Middle East. The people of Gaza are starving. The humanitarian crisis unfolding in the Gaza Strip is beyond comprehension, and as the Prime Minister has said, it has exceeded the world's worst fears of what would happen there. We see the photos of starving children, we hear the reports of doctors collapsing from hunger. We watch the videos of desperate people scrambling for the tiniest scraps of food, dodging gunfire to do so. And just yesterday we have seen another hospital bombed and more journalists killed in what has been the deadliest conflict on record for the press. UN agencies have warned that the worst-case scenario of famine is currently playing out. The famine is not the result of natural disasters or drought. It is not an unavoidable tragedy. It is a man-made catastrophe, a calculated, deliberate starvation of a civilian population that has endured relentless war for nearly 2 decades. We cannot let this go on. Using starvation as a weapon of war is horrendous and clearly a breach of international law. as is the bombing of hospitals and relentless killing of innocent people. I welcome Australia's decision to recognise the State of Palestine at the UN General Assembly, which is so important. It is a clear and principled statement and something that many people, including myself, have advocated for a long time. It is a recognition that the Palestinian people are entitled to dignity, to safety and to statehood. Of course, it doesn't address the current situation that is going on in Gaza. And the fear that many are expressing to me is, and as the Foreign Minister has said, there's a risk that there will be no Gaza left to recognise. But it is an important step in creating that international momentum. Our Prime Minister has been subject to personal attacks from the Prime Minister of Israel for taking this position. He has claimed that the Prime Minister was weak, but I thought that the Leader of the House said it best when he said that strength is not measured by the number of people you can blow up or children you can starve. True strength is measured in the pursuit of peace. True strength is measured in protecting the innocent, in the commitment to uphold international law, and in the courage to stand on the side of humanity. And I am proud of what our government has been doing in this regard. We have been calling for a ceasefire. We've been calling for aid to flow into Gaza, and we have contributed significant aid. We've been calling on Israel to respect international law, and we will continue to. I do hear my community and their deep distress about what is going on in Gaza, and I have been engaging over all of this time, particularly with the Canberra Palestinian community, with organisations like APAN, and with any constituents, because I understand their desperation about wanting to see an end to this and the powerlessness that they feel at seeing this happen and feeling like they just want to stop the killing and the destruction. And it is something, but what I do reject when I hear from my constituents is that our government is doing nothing, because we are not. We have been speaking very strongly on this. There is incredible work that is going on behind the scenes by the Foreign Minister, Prime Minister and others. And I also want you to know that as your representative, this is something that I am focusing on very much so and raising in constant discussions around this. We do want to see an end to what is happening there, to this terrible situation that cannot... It dehumanises us all if we were to stand by and see what is continuing to happen in Gaza. Deputy Speaker, the government is taking real responsible action to protect nature and secure the economy of the future. We are reforming Australia's outdated and broken environmental laws that don't work for the environment, for business or for communities. We're responding to the Samuel Review with our Nature Positive plan, backed by serious investment, and we're getting on with delivering it. I've been really pleased since the election to see the momentum with which we are working towards delivering the reform of the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Act. This is something that my constituents raise with me constantly. It is something that I have focused my advocacy on the whole time I've been in Parliament since 2019. It is critical that we get this right, and I was pleased to see that as part of the roundtable last week that this is the priority is being emphasised on that again. This is something that we need strong laws that protect nature and protect the environment, but also are going to make it more efficient for projects to be approved in a way that is more fitting of these decisions. And so I want to say to my electorate that I am raising those concerns that you raise with me, and will continue to. When we choose fairness over division, compassion over cruelty and responsibility over denial, we build a better future for all Australians. That is the mission of this Labor government, and is why I sought election, why I am honoured to serve in this place, and why I will continue to work every single day for the people of Canberra and for our common future. because ours is a nation built on the principle that no one should be held back and no one should be left behind. I'm so proud to be part of a government that will always strive to achieve this goal. Thank you.
I thank the member for Canberra. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gellibrand.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in this traditional first debate of the parliament after a federal election, it's always been my practice to begin by saying thank you. Thank you to the voters in my electorate in Gellibrand in Melbourne's West for their trust and confidence. Thank you to them for choosing the things that unite us and seeing that the things that we have in common are bigger and more important than the things that divide us. Thank you to the outstanding professional and independent staff of the Australian Electoral Commission who undertook a very well-run election in Gellibrand in Melbourne's West. Thank you to the other contesting candidates who ran in the election in Gellibrand at the last federal election. They all conducted themselves with, I think, very real respect and dignity, and I was proud to spend many, many hours standing next to them at pre-poll and on election day. But of course, the most important group that I need to thank here in this chamber are the Labor true believers and my supporters who made the election win in Gellibrand for the Labor Party possible. We couldn't achieve the result we did without the volunteers who shared our vision for building Australia's future, including those who, without complaint or ego, showed up in common cause to support our Labor campaign. I'm proud that our campaign in Gellibrand was as diverse as the place in which we live and work. It reflected modern Australia and won the endorsement of modern Australia. It brought people together from all possible backgrounds in pursuit of common cause to build a stronger and fairer future for Australia. I do want to name many of these people individually here for the benefit of the Hansard, and I want to give special thanks to Alison, to Catherine, to Freddie, Victor, Azar, William, Jason, Greg, Leon, Clovis, John and Natika, who showed up throughout the entire campaign to deliver our Labor government's vision for building Australia's future. Alison and Victor showed up for all the usual events, joining me for door-knocking pre-poll and election day, but also went so far as to indulge me in that very Queensland practice of wobble boarding on Point Cook Road and Central Ave, where our government has committed $58.5 million to get our community where they need to go faster and safer. And that funding will deliver duplication on Central Avenue to Point Cook Road to ease congestion, while we're also developing a business case to duplicate Point Cook Road between Jamison Way and Dunnings Road. One of Australia's most diverse and fastest-growing suburbs, I'm proud that we're delivering meaningful action. Now, scores of people turned up to help throughout the campaign and on election day to share our message for the voters in Gellibrand. I want to thank our booth captains, Tully, Melissa, Felix, Gary, Bill, Japinder, Jason, Anne, Rajesh, Alison, Achita, Gary, Nathan, Sean, Catherine, Rajesh, Sean, Scott and Aidan. I also want to share our gratitude to all the locals who volunteered on the doors, at train stations and at voting booths. Amar, Ken, Noel, Mel, Peter, Norel, Isaac, Dylan, Miles, John, Effie, Andy, Hussein, Kiefa, Rafa, Claire, Ahmad, Ghassan, Milad, Michael, Olivia, Ehsan, Amane, Eshan, Khaled, Lue, Kemal, Wajid, Tefera, Meserat, Matiebe, Catherine, David, John, Peter, Daniel, Dan, Margie, Craig, Marguerite, Lucienne, Mark, Muffy, Chandy, Nadia, Tilak, Kazim, Israel, Abdi, Azar, Abdul, Lorraine, Robin, Dean, Peter, Dan, Enshalo, Di, Lance, Andrew, Rajesh, Palak, Solomon, William, Hassan, Julie, Kiran, Rube, Tekeste, Alua, Niha, Jiva, Ayamat, Rashmi, Mac, Vinesh, Eva, but wait, there is more. Rabindra, Meeta, Ravi, Amit, Ivo, Kay, Gavin, Matt, John, Tom, Greg, Nahida, Rayanne, our third Rajneet, Greg, JP, Catherine, Rena, Anaga, Nikaria, Nick, Abnash, Ali, Trish, Sumit, Nick, Mariam, Ian, Kerry, Kevin, Molly, Maria, Justin, John, Linnell, Patsy, Ralph, Carol, Trevor, Kai, Joel, Sandy, Scott, Jane, Kate, Ken, Sam, Andre and Bill. Thanks, Bill. I also want to thank our state members, Matt Hilakari, Melissa and Sarah Connolly. It was a team effort. Thank you for giving us all your early mornings at train stations, your voices at door knocks and at pre-polls and polling booths, your time scrutineering and for coming together to celebrate on election night. Thank you to all. It really means a lot. Can I also say thank you to my staff, some of whom this was their first election campaign, working from an electorate office. I should assure them they're not all like this one. So thank you to Lachlan, Priya, Arth, Alex, Annabelle, Laura, Mel, Francis and Cheetah. I do want to single someone out though here, and that is of course Stevie Lee. And I want to briefly recognise the contribution that he has made as a long-term member of my office, who finished up with me shortly after the last election. Stevie Lee has worked with me since I started as a Member of Parliament 12 years ago. He's the only staffer that's done the full journey. We've gone through 5 elections together and seen off thousands of volunteers and staff who have come and gone through our office and our campaigns. During that time, Stevie has been the foundation stone of the work of my office. He's been a mate and he's been a personal rock for me. We've been through a lot together over the last 12 years. There's been a lot of joy. Steve has had a wedding and 3 kids while working in my office. Steve won ABC's Hard Quiz with his expert knowledge of S Club 7. He won the APH footy tipping competition, an extraordinary achievement that deserves recognition in the Hansard. We were both there when our Western Bulldogs won the flag in 2016. We were also there for the open training, the banner making, the grand final parade and all that good stuff that goes along with a grand final win. There were hard times too though. We've been confronted by neo-Nazis at the pub. We've lost dear friends in our office and grieved our fellow staffers Clara and Walter together at funerals with our electorate office family and the community that they served. We got through the long Victorian COVID lockdowns together, long stretches of which included just Steve and I together in the electorate office. And through all of this, there's been no one who's helped more people in my electorate than Steve. As a result, he's been a beloved member of our local community. It'd be a rare day for me at a train station, a polling booth or a supermarket that someone in my electorate didn't thank me for something that Steve had done for them. So thank you, Steve. More importantly, thank you, Marilyn, for sharing Steve with us on so many weekends and late nights. And to Sammy, Spencer and Maisie, you can all be very proud of your dad. For the benefit of the Hansard, I want to say thank you, mate, for the last 12 years. And I do want to note that Steve isn't out of the electorate office game just yet. He's just moved on to work with both of our dear friend, the new member for Gorton, helping her set up her electorate office in the electorate down the road. So he's got plenty more people to help in Melbourne's West just yet. So I want to send him off into this new role with the words of S Club 7. Let me say this just once for the record. I say don't stop, never give up, hold your head high and reach the top. Let the world see what you have got. Bring it all back to you. Thank you, Stevie Lee. Point Cook in my community in Melbourne's West is the largest and most multicultural suburb in Australia. In Point Cook, one of those spaces for connection where we come together in our diverse backgrounds is the Point Cook Pop-Up Park. For nearly a decade, this diverse and growing community has come together at the Point Cook Pop-Up Park at Stockland. The Point Cook Pop-Up Park would not have existed without the tireless work of Co-Local, a not-for-profit grassroots group who have championed the park from inception and nurtured it to the success that it is today. Now, it's been supported by a series of state and federal grants along the way and has hosted a swath of important local and multicultural events which reflect who we are as a community in Melbourne's West. I have personally attended at the Pop-Up Park many Diwalis, Holies, Lunar festivals, Pacifica festivals, a Latino festival, a Filipino fiesta, Tamil New Year, Eid al-Fitr, Harmony Day, the African Festival, Halloween events, spring racing activations, kids' fun days, and the Christmas market and carols. There's also a wonderful rainbow serpent mural celebrating First Nations culture, symbolising community unity and cohesion. And the events that have been at the Point Cook Pop-Up Park are a reflection of the rich tapestry of culture, tradition, food and storytelling that makes Point Cook unique as Australia's most multicultural suburb. The park not only provides community space and celebrates our community, but provides real economic benefits to local traders and has revitalised Point Cook's Stockland's dining precinct, with 81% of people who've said that the events at the park encourage them to explore new shops, cafes and restaurants in the area, and 83% of people surveyed who purchased food or went shopping at nearby stores before, after or during attending events at the park. Located on a pedestrian street in one of the community's biggest shopping centres, events aren't just something on the way to your weekly grocery shop, they're a destination. And it's clear that Co-Local and the Point Cook Pop-Up Parks events are deeply valued and supported by the community, drawing 60,000 people to the town centre in the last 18 months alone. The park has become a cherished gathering place for Westsiders who frequent today, and the focal point for building community, connection and an array of events and entertainment. Now, although a collaborative project, the driving force is Co-Local, the grassroots community group who conceived of and powered the park's development and success. Now, sadly, Co-Local have made the difficult decision to step away from future involvement in the Pop-Up Park in coming months. Now, the future of the park is at risk. Stockland has indicated their preference to wind up the park and reopen the road it currently occupies. Now, as a community, we can help ensure this doesn't happen. Wyndham Council is currently seeking feedback from people in Melbourne's West that will determine the future of the park. This feedback is vital to the pop-up park's existence, and the council will be guided by what our community tells them. Now, although Co-Local is stepping away from the pop-up park for now, their hard work and legacy will not be forgotten. I want to thank Co-Local for their leadership, their determination and their passion over the past 8 years. They turned a regular suburban street into a welcoming space that celebrates diversity, fosters connection and champions collaboration. So I want to thank in the Hansard in this place today the Co-Local volunteers who made this project possible. Sudeep Janeja, the organiser of the Diwali and Holi events I mentioned earlier. Phoebe Yo, the organiser of the Kids Lunar Festival. Luciana Manrique, the organiser of the Latino Festival. Calliope Vasiliopoulos, the organiser of the Greek Festival. David Mullins, Steve Jazz, Kartik Thanigaimani and Senthil Sundaram. And, of course, I want to personally recognise Sarah Mitchell, the founder of Co-Local. Sarah has really put her whole soul into the Point Cook Pop-Up Park. I've seen it over the years, and I've seen the very real personal sacrifices she has made, investing her time and labour into this passion project. I've seen it, I've valued it, I recognise it in this place, and I thank her for everything that she's done, although I do understand the reasons that she is now walking away from the project. But I do want to say to everyone in Melbourne's West, whether you're a resident, a community group or a local business, share your feedback on how you use the Point Cook Pop-Up Park via the Wyndham City Council's Community Survey. You can voice your support and what you'd like to see happen there in the future. You can complete the survey online or by speaking to one of the council staff present at the Pop-Up Park from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday the 7th of September or 3 to 5 p.m. on Thursday the 11th of September. This feedback will directly determine the future of this vital space for Point Cook locals, and I encourage my community to jump online and make sure the community know you support the park's ongoing operation and existence. Let the council know how important it is to have a place in the most multicultural suburb in Australia for our Diwali events, our Holi events, our Lunar Festival, a place where you can bring your family, your friends to come together to celebrate. Share your stories of connection, of celebration and of tradition. If you value the Point Cook Pop-Up Park as a place for our community to come together, make sure that your voice is heard by the council. After the federal election, I was pleased to be appointed as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Indian Ocean Affairs. The Indian Ocean matters to Australia. The Indian Ocean region is essential to Australia's prosperity and security. It's a major part of the Indo-Pacific region, home to the world's fastest-growing large economies, but also a centre of increasing geostrategic competition. Australia faces the most challenging strategic environment since the Second World War, and our strategic circumstances are continuing to deteriorate. In the Indian Ocean, there's increasing competition for access and influence, including efforts to secure dominance over sea lanes and strategic ports. The shipping lanes in the Indian Ocean aren't just vital to Australia, they are vital to the world economy. The Indian Ocean is already bustling with more than a third of the world's bulk cargo traffic and 2/3 of global oil shipments. Around half of Australia's seabound exports set sail from Indian Ocean ports. Now, the Indian Ocean is also critical for our defence and national security. Half of Australia's naval fleet is based in the Indian Ocean, and of course it's home to Fleet Base West and the Submarine Rotational Force West. The Northeast Indian Ocean was identified as an area of primary interest in the National Defence Strategy for these reasons, and strengthening our partnerships with key partners in the Indian Ocean is one of the Albanese government's priority areas for action in response to the Defence Strategic Review. Our priority in the Indian Ocean is to enhance regional resilience by coordinating with partners on solutions to shared challenges, including maritime and economic security, climate change and disaster resilience. As the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, has said, by building resilience, we can help keep Australians safe. Australia has shared interests with the countries of the Indian Ocean in maintaining the peace, stability and prosperity of the Indian Ocean, and in all countries growing their economies and deciding their own futures. The Albanese government is working with the countries of the Indian Ocean to increase our trade, investment, diplomatic and development ties. And we're supporting regional institutions like the Indian Ocean Rim Association, the region's premier ministerial level organisation. EORA is critical for Indian Ocean countries to collaborate and resolve shared challenges. And Australia is working to strengthen regional resilience through EORA, including through our investments in maritime security, the blue economy and climate change. We're also supporting humanitarian initiatives to help prevent regional crises from spilling over and causing instability throughout the Indian Ocean region. For example, we continue to support regional resilience through our development program, including a $1.26 billion in humanitarian assistance for people in need in Bangladesh and Myanmar since 2017, where there in Bangladesh, in Cox's Bazar now, there are 1.1 million Rohingya refugees who have been in that situation, in that camp, for going on 9 years now. This week in the Parliament is the anniversary of their exodus from the Rakhine State in northern Myanmar into Bangladesh. It's important for countries in the region, like Australia, Southeast Asian countries, Indian Ocean countries, to support Bangladesh and support their resilience in hosting this very significant refugee community in our own region. We requested the Australian government also invests in regional resilience by taking targeted actions to help lift the sovereign capabilities of Indian Ocean partners. For example, this year Australia announced that we will gift the first Australian-built Guardian-class patrol boat to an Indian Ocean country, the Maldives. This gift is a key milestone in our bilateral relationship and a significant step towards enhancing the Maldives' capability to protect its sovereign waters and to contribute to collective maritime security in the Indian Ocean. Lifting the sovereign capabilities of Indian Ocean partners supports them with meeting the challenges in the best way that they see fit. It invests in their agency and their sovereignty. We've lifted our engagement throughout the Indian Ocean region. We've expanded our diplomatic footprint in the Indian Ocean with a new High Commission in Malé in the Maldives and new consulates in Bengaluru and Kolkata in India. We're also strengthening our defence partnerships with key partners in the Indian Ocean. Our bilateral defence relationship with India is a primary example of this effort. India is a top-tier security partner for Australia, and we have never been more strategically aligned than we are right now. And there are real steps we're taking to grow our defence relationship. We're doing more exercises together, and we're concentrating on how we can build interoperability between our defence forces enabling us to have greater access to each other's defence facilities. In times of increasing geostrategic uncertainty, engaging with the Indian Ocean is more important for Australia than ever. We have the biggest search and rescue zone of any nation in the Indian Ocean and one of the biggest EEZs. So Australia is using all the tools of statecraft to build a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indian Ocean region where each country can pursue its own aspirations.
And I thank the member for Gellibrand. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, as the re-elected member for Gilmore, I am honoured to give this address in reply to the Governor-General's speech to start the 48th Parliament of the Commonwealth of Australia. I want to start by thanking the people of Gilmore on the south coast of New South Wales for re-electing me as your representative in the Australian Parliament and for the privilege of fighting for you every single day. I am so thankful to have been first elected in 2019, then in 2022 and now 2025, and it is not something that I take for granted any single day. I have relished the opportunity of standing up for people, fighting for more services for roads and community infrastructure. From Maruya and Batemans Bay in the Eurobodalla to the Shoalhaven and Kiama regions, this is a place I am so proud to call home. It's where I was born, where I was married and raised my 4 now young adult children who also live locally. And it's where I want all children to be able to grow up, to have access to a good education, to be able to go to TAFE or university, to be able to work and live locally and enjoy this most beautiful part of the world. Deputy Speaker, when I embarked on this journey some years ago now, to be perfectly honest, I didn't know what really lay ahead, but I knew I had and still have a yearning thirst and undeniable determination to make sure people in my communities got the best possible support. It was my way of giving back to my community that I eternally loved and had provided me so much. But nothing could prepare for those first years. From the significant drought in 2019 to the Black Summer bushfires, floods, COVID and natural disaster after natural disaster, people in my communities have gone through so much. They have given so much. Every day we see the selfless sacrifice of volunteers, of essential workers, emergency service volunteers and workers, and people in our communities working so hard together to help make our communities even better. That's communities that I'm proud to be a part of. I stand with all people in Gilmore as we face many hurdles moving forward, whether it's helping ease cost of living pressures, providing better access to health and mental health services, more access to affordable and social rental housing, and helping more people into home ownership. Moving forward and delivering on major road projects such as the Jervis Bay flyover, the Princes Highway duplication to Tomarong, the Milton-Ulladulla bypass and the Nowra bypass, and supporting many community infrastructure projects which in turn support people and families. Deputy Speaker, this election was an excruciatingly tough one, but it was a critical election in Gilmore and to return the Albanese Labor government to continue with the job of providing important cost of living relief. There are some people who wrote Gilmore off, but luckily I have never been a person to listen to idle chatter and sometimes even threats. I thought I had seen it all through many elections, but this one really surprised me. I was simply stunned by the scale and ferocity of personal threats. I never knew that we even had woke culture wars in my own little village of Killala Beach and Killala Bay. This is not the place I knew and loved. It's like someone had invaded it. I remember driving around thinking, I just really hope people see through all of that over-the-top, horrible and self-indulgent signage. And, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to say they did. There are many great outcomes of this election, but for me, apart from all the terrific things I will be able to continue to deliver for my communities, it was knowing that good had prevailed. You don't need to be nasty, to outright lie, to backflip on your views for a vote, or be misogynistic to succeed. And just because some of the nastiest people might be the loudest, they are in fact not the normal. It really is a victory for kindness, for what is right, and ultimately for what will help people best into the future. Deputy Speaker, I have been strengthened by what I have learnt over the last 3 years and before that as well. I have tested my own inner strength to the absolute max and beyond what I could imagine. But I've done this because I want the best for our community. Deputy Speaker, I want to take the next moments to highlight some of the positive measures coming to Gilmore. Health is always number one in Gilmore. With one of the highest numbers of aged pensioners in Australia, access to health services is key. That's why I'm proud to be delivering a second Medicare urgent care clinic at Nowra, providing bulk billed urgent care every day of the year with extended hours. Importantly, this will also take pressure off our busy emergency department at Shoalhaven Hospital. And at Batemans Bay, where we saw the first Medicare urgent care clinic established, which has now seen over 17,000 patients, all fully bulk billed. We're extending the hours of the Batemans Bay Medicare urgent care clinic even further, so it will be open from 6 a.m. till midnight. That's 18 hours a day, the longest opening hours of any Medicare urgent care clinic in Australia. Again, supporting this community, taking pressure off the EDs and supporting local GPs as well. I'm also proud to say that we are upgrading the existing Medicare Mental Health Hub at Nowra to a full Medicare Mental Health Centre, which will provide extended services and access to psychiatry and psychology services. Deputy Speaker, I have had so many people approach me quietly and tell me that the Mental Health Hub at Nowra and the Mental Health Centre at Moruya have literally saved lives. They are much-needed services and ones I'm proud to deliver, supporting local families and individuals, and again supporting our local hospitals as well. Our South Eastern Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic at Milton has been so successful, and I'm pleased that the Albanese government has a comprehensive women's health package that provides greater access to menopause support as well as greater access to women's services. Deputy Speaker, I know people in Gilmore love the changes to make medicines cheaper. Of course, we have introduced 60-day prescriptions, and we've also reduced the maximum price of a general script to $30 down from $42, and we're slashing the PBS script price further to $25 from January 1. We've frozen the cost of PBS scripts for pensioners and concession card holders at $7.70 until the end of the decade, further helping pensioners with the cost of living. When it comes to education, I'm immensely proud that our government will deliver fair, needs-based funding for our local public schools. This is something I have been campaigning for a very long time. Importantly, it means that students will get greater needs-based support because education really is a human right. Not only does it support students, but it benefits our entire communities. And 14,000 people with student debt in Gilmore, thanks to the Albanese Labor government, will have 20% of their student debt slashed. Importantly, the bill also changes the repayment system to a marginal system, which will reduce minimum repayments required and further help people with the cost of living. We're extending energy bill price relief, and our cheaper home batteries program is going gangbusters, with a take-up in Gilmore the highest in New South Wales. Deputy Speaker, community infrastructure is vital in Gilmore, and I'm thrilled that I'll be delivering $1.39 million to help build a new pilot house for the Shoalhaven Marine Rescue at Crookhaven Heads, $3 million for the Batemans Bay Seahawks Football Club to build a new clubhouse, $512,000 for Kiama Surf Lifesaving Club to help with their amenities, $840,000 for the Jerry Emery Oval clubhouse upgrade at Gerringong, and $5 million to help with the upgrade of the Shoalhaven Riverfront at Nowra. And when it comes to roads, we've made great progress. The Jervis Bay flyover is under construction and going well, with $100 million in federal funding. The Princess Highway from the Jervis Bay flyover intersection to Hawken Road at Tomorong is also progressing well, with the concept design being refined, enabled with $400 million in federal funding. The Milton-Ulladulla bypass, with $752 million in federal funding, has moved forward to a contract being awarded for concept design. The Nowra bypass, with $97 million in federal funding, is also progressing and expected to enter the development phase in 2026. Deputy Speaker, I have also been really pleased to have secured and delivered federal funding for a wide range of local roads projects which are much needed. Whether it was disaster recovery funding, infrastructure betterment funding, roads to recovery funding, black spot funding, safer roads funding, the Shoalhaven local roads package and more, federal funding is assisting our local councils and state government with local roads. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to housing, you can feel the change happening. The momentum is growing and we are seeing more affordable and social rental housing, more build-to-rent premises that have started and been completed. Importantly, the incentives provided to the state governments are resulting in this uptake of affordable and social rental housing projects and planning reforms which is allowing more medium-density housing. One such example of this is the Nowra Riverfront project, which in one precinct will see an additional 650 medium-density homes, including social and affordable rental housing. This will also assist with frontline worker accommodation at the significant upgrade for Shoalhaven Hospital. Deputy Speaker, defence and defence industry is crucial in Gilmore. I'm pleased that infrastructure upgrades are occurring at HMAS Albatross in preparation for further upgrades to house additional Seahawk Romeo helicopters. All of this means additional ADF members, squadrons and the training and maintenance to support this increase in capability for our Navy's Fleet Air Arm based at HMAS Albatross. And we're home to many terrific defence industry businesses, and we're working to support defence industry employers as well. We're Navy and Defence proud, and it's the reason why we're bringing the chopper on the stick back at its iconic gateway position, which says we are a Navy and Defence town. Shortly, our nominations will open for the community to decide whether it should be the Huey or a more contemporary Seahawk Romeo that is currently operated by our squadrons. Deputy Speaker, during the 47th Parliament, I had the honour of participating in the ADF Parliamentary Exchange at my local ADF parachuting school just outside HMAS Albatross. And the ADF Parliamentary Exchange is something I definitely recommend to new MPs. I tell this story because of the immense lessons it has taught me and the deeper understanding I have gained of defence generally. I participated in the exchange because the Gilmore electorate is home to thousands of serving defence members, veterans and their families. We're mostly Navy, but the Australian Army's Special Operations Command runs the ADF Parachuting School. I simply wanted to gain a greater understanding of what goes on there, and I wanted to encourage every child locally to consider an ADF career, because the reality is we need more people to join the ADF, to fly and maintain our helicopters locally, but also to take up a range of roles to provide the integrated and ready capability that Australia needs. During my exchange, I undertook a tandem ADF parachute jump around 5,000 feet above my beloved electorate with a very experienced ADF tandem parachuter. And while my parachute jump did not quite go as expected, we had a canopy malfunction, a cutaway parachute. We came down on the reserve chute, then I fractured my ankle on the landing. It actually taught me so much. Our ADF members put their lives on the line every single day. They train for every situation possible, but as I was told later, you can mitigate risk as much as possible, but when you step off the back of a plane, anything can happen. I've also come to realise that defence members and MPs possibly do have some similarities. They both protect and help people, just in different ways. Thank you again to the ADF Parachuting School. Deputy Speaker, I have so many people to thank with this campaign. Thank you to my campaign team, led by the amazing Amy Knox and Simon Zulian, to Jess Malcolm Roberts with the best political know-how, to my awesome electorate office team who just kept things going and keeping me on track, to our most wonderful branch members and volunteers who were out there every day talking with voters, phone banking, door knocking, mobile offices, coffee clubs, election day, you name it, they were there. Special thanks to Gwen, the most sensible sounding board, and Lizzie. And Michelle Moran, this speech is also for you. While I know you are so unwell, I will always be thankful to you over many years for your unwavering support. You are indeed a Labor legend. To the best dedicated CPSU door knockers and Young Labor and everyone who helped, special thanks to George Simon, Assistant General Secretary of New South Wales Labor, and to my colleagues for your support during their campaign, the visits, and yes, more door knocking. Thanks to the Prime Minister for visiting multiple times, always being there when needed and providing the steady guidance. I think we'd both agree that the impromptu visit to Alfresco Coffee Roasters at Moruya on Easter Monday, where you were mobbed in a good way, was a highlight and perhaps the only poll we really needed to listen to. But my final thanks goes to the people of Gilmore. Thank you for putting your faith in me, for me to support you over the next 3 years and be your voice in the Australian Parliament. I love supporting people in Gilmore because I love the community I grew up in and always will.
And I thank the member for Gilmore. There being no further debate on the matter tonight, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate is made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
And I thank the member for Brisbane. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
And I thank the member for Hinkler. The question now before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. Tomorrow, Wednesday the 27th of July 2025.